Full Stack Sprint: Building Your Developer Career from Scratch by Cincinius. Chapter 1: Laying the Groundwork for Self-Reliance. Embarking on a journey to become a full-stack developer through the method of bootstrapping is both an exciting and daunting endeavor. To bootstrap, in its essence, is to self-fund and self-teach, to pull oneself up with no external resources other than one's wits, determination, and the vast resources available on the internet. It is a story of true self-reliance and undying commitment to personal growth and professional development. In the realm of software development, bootstrapping yourself into a full-stack developer means absorbing a variety of skills that span both the front-end and back-end aspects of creating functional, dynamic, and responsive websites or applications. This includes, but is not limited to, learning languages such as HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and a back-end language of your choice, such as Python, Ruby, or Java. Furthermore, you would need to grasp database management, version control, and perhaps even server management and deployment, among other things. However, the key to bootstrapping isn't merely in accumulating knowledge, but in cultivating the mindset required for success when traditional educational paths are not pursued. This mindset is characterized by self-discipline, resourcefulness, an unquenchable thirst for knowledge, and an unwavering commitment to problem solving. You must be willing to struggle through confusion, to embrace the discomfort of not knowing, and to persist relentlessly in the face of challenges. Envision a typical day for a bootstrapping aspirant. It begins with a structured daily system, a regimen that balances learning, coding, and reflecting. It's paramount to allocate time for understanding new concepts, practicing them, and applying what's learned through hands-on projects. Moreover, it's crucial to review your work regularly, to internalize the learned principles deeply, and to identify areas for improvement. Additionally, cultivating a familiarity with tech communities and industry trends is an indispensable part of your daily system. Leverage platforms like GitHub, Stack Overflow, and FreeCodeCamp. These are treasure troves of information and provide valuable insight into real-world problems and solutions. Engage with other developers, contribute to open-source projects, and partake in code reviews. This immersion not only hones your technical skills, but also keeps you grounded in the collaborative nature of the development world. Let us now delve deeper into the specifics of setting achievable learning goals. A full-stack developer's journey requires a thorough understanding of both front-end and back-end technologies, a task that can seem daunting at first. However, by breaking this down into smaller, more manageable goals, the process becomes both clear and attainable. First, identify the core areas you need to master: HTML, CSS for layout and design, JavaScript for dynamic interactions on the front end, and a server-side language such as Python, Ruby, or JavaScript through Node.js for the back end. Additionally, familiarize yourself with database management using tools like MySQL or MongoDB and version control systems such as Git. Set weekly or bi-weekly milestones for each of these topics. Time management is crucial. As a self-learning developer, you'll need to balance your learning schedule with other responsibilities. Use tools like Pomodoro timers to break your study sessions into focused intervals, and Kanban boards or task lists to organize tasks and monitor progress. Dedicate certain hours of the day exclusively for coding practice or theoretical study, and ensure you adhere to this strictly to build a habitual learning routine. Staying motivated can be challenging, but remember, every line of code you write, every error you encounter, and every problem you solve is a step forward in your journey. Immerse yourself in tech podcasts, blogs, and online forums. Participate in hackathons or coding challenges. They are excellent ways to apply what you've learned and gain practical experience. Record your progress in a development journal or blog, which will not only document your growth, but also serve as a reflective tool and a portfolio for potential employers. As we conclude this introductory chapter, remember, this is only the beginning. The journey of becoming a full-stack developer requires resilience, continuous learning, and adaptability. Armed with a structured plan, a focused mindset, and community support, you are now ready to venture into the exciting and evolving world of a full-stack developer. As you voraciously turn the pages of your journey, charting a course through the extensive full-stack landscape, you're faced with your first crucial lesson: understanding the different layers. Here, in Chapter 2, we delve deep into the essential skills required for both front-end and back-end development while pondering the key reasons for mastering the entire stack. The front end, often termed the client side of the application, is the user interface and experience arena. It's what the users see, touch, and interact with. To excel here, you need to learn 3 foundational languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML brings structure, CSS adds style, and JavaScript breathes life into your applications with interactivity. The craft of front-end development is akin to an architect designing the facade of a building. Both aesthetic appeal and usability are paramount. Equally important are responsive design principles, ensuring the application is accessible and visually appealing across various devices. Transition to the back end, the server side, and you peep into the engine room of a web application. This is where the logic, database interaction, and performance considerations take center stage. Mastery of server-side languages and frameworks such as Node.js, Ruby on Rails, or Django, coupled with database knowledge, whether SQL or NoSQL, is indispensable. The back end gives life to the skeleton formed by the front end, functioning as the spine that supports and orchestrates the entire operation. One might ask, why grapple with both ends? In the symphony that is web development, front end and back end are inseparable duets. Understanding how they interconnect, the APIs, the data flow, the user authentication, is crucial. Communicating between the two seamlessly is what elevates a developer from novice to skilled artisan. An integrated perspective enables one to gauge the impact of front-end decisions on back-end performance and vice versa, fostering sophisticated solutions that excel in both functionality and user experience. Embracing this duality with a broad knowledge base is not just about technical versatility, it symbolizes a problem-solving mindset. Full-stack developers are the bridge builders, the facilitators who ensure cohesion and harmony in the intricate dance between client and server. As you conclude today's study session, it's clear that the path ahead is laden with challenges, but each line of code you decipher and each problem you untangle brings you closer to the robust fluency of a full-stack artisan. Keep this chapter close, as these frameworks and languages are your primary tools, and soon you'll wield them with finesse and precision. In an introductory chapter, remember this is only the beginning. The journey of becoming a full-stack developer requires resilience, continuous learning, and adaptability. Armed with a structured plan, a focused mindset, and community support, you are now ready to venture into the exciting and evolving world of a full-stack developer. As we peel back the layers of full-stack development, it's paramount to recognize the complementary roles of front-end and back-end technologies. For a neophyte in the vast world of coding, understanding that the front end is what users interact with directly on their browsers is crucial. It encompasses everything from the buttons they click to the design and layout. It's the part of the iceberg that's visible above the water. Main technologies involved here include HTML for structure, CSS for style, and JavaScript for interactivity. Without a solid grasp of these, your journey could very well be likened to traversing a maze blindfolded. They are the essential building blocks that you'll later build upon with frameworks and libraries like React or Vue for JavaScript, or CSS preprocessors like Sass. The key to mastery here is not just understanding each language, but also how they intertwine to create a seamless user experience. On the flip side, lurking beneath the surface, the back end is where the magic happens. This is the server, the database, the internal gears turning to send and receive data, to perform calculations, to store information, and to talk to other services. Languages here vary widely from Python, Ruby, and PHP to JavaScript with Node.js. Understanding databases is crucial as well, with relational databases like PostgreSQL and MySQL, alongside NoSQL varieties like MongoDB. Now, you might wonder, why bother with the backend if your passion lies in crafting beautiful web pages, or vice versa? The answer lies in the need for a symbiotic relationship between the two. A front end without a back end is like a car with no engine. Sure, it looks great, but it's not going anywhere. Equally, a back end without a front end is like an engine without a car. It has the potential to power something great, but on its own, it's not much use to anyone. Understanding both sides of the coin not only makes you versatile, It also enhances your problem-solving skills. You gain a holistic view of how applications work, which is indispensable when debugging or when attempting to implement a feature that straddles both realms. So, what's the day-to-day system for integrating this knowledge into a fruitful career? It's about balance and incremental growth. Dedicate time each day to both learning and practice. For front-end, that might mean studying and playing with CSS animations or building static web pages with just HTML and CSS. On the back-end days, it could involve writing small Python scripts or learning the basic CRUD operations with a database. Remember, the full-stack journey is not a sprint. It's a marathon that requires pacing, persistence, and perspective. Keep refining your skills in each layer, and over time, you'll weave them together into a rich tapestry of technical capability. The next chapter will delve into those first front-end building blocks, setting a firm foundation as you take your first steps into web development. As the journey into the intricacies of full-stack development continues, it's paramount to emphasize the interwoven nature of front-end and back-end development. It can never be overstated that the front end is more than the sleight of hand that dazzles users with its interactive magic. In truth, it's a portal through which the raw data and logic served up by the back end are given a human-readable face and form. Think of it this way. If back-end development is the engine room that powers a mighty vessel, the front end is the bridge where the captain steers and the crew navigates, all based on the information relayed from below decks. Understanding both the front end and back end is akin to being both the captain and the engineer on this ship. A full-stack developer can see when the engine's performance affects the journey, tailor the controls to the crew's needs, and explain technical challenges in the language of seafaring. This holistic grasp of how the parts of the web application ship function together is not just beneficial, it's revolutionary to the development process. It encourages developers to create more efficient, user-centered designs and to write more maintainable, scalable code. Balance in your daily regimen is paramount. Imagine a seesaw where one side is your theoretical knowledge, your understanding of algorithms, design patterns, and data structures, and the other your practical skills, like debugging, version control, and collaboration tools. Your goal is not just to stop the seesaw dead in perfect balance, but to move along its length, gaining a deeper understanding and a broader set of skills as you shift your weight from one side to the other. The end of each day should carry the satisfaction of progress in both realms. Did you comprehend a new design pattern? Can you see its potential applications in both the presentation layer of your application and the data access layers? Have you written a script that ties together your understanding of server-side logic with client-side interactions? These questions provide a structured reflection that can shape your learning journey. Indeed, it is through a deliberate and consistent focus on integrating both realms that one begins to truly comprehend the phrase full stack. It means not shying away from the database queries because you're more comfortable with CSS animations. It involves facing JavaScript callbacks with the same eagerness as setting up a Linux server. And so before plunging into the deep end of writing code, the aspiring developer is encouraged to digest this holistic philosophy. It will be the compass guiding you through the vast seas of code and concepts ahead. Requires pacing, persistence, and perspective. Keep refining your skills in each layer, and over time, you'll weave them together into a rich tapestry of technical capability. Tomorrow is another day where the keystrokes of practice will harmonize with the theories learned, musically intertwining into the chords of mastery. The next chapter will delve into those first front-end building blocks, setting a firm foundation as you take your first steps into web development. As the dusk of today's perseverance ebbs into the violet hues of an educational twilight, each aspirant full-stack developer must appreciate the serenity in the dual nature of their craft. There is poetry in the seamless transition from the visual crescendos of front-end frameworks to the austere logic of back-end systems. However, knowing the pieces of the stack alone is not enough. One must comprehend the orchestra of skills that brings forth digital harmony. As you come to grips with this reality, you uncover the front end, the realm of user experience, design, and interactivity. Here, HTML stands as the skeleton upon which the web is built, CSS as the tapestry that adorns this skeleton, and JavaScript as the pulse that breathes life into static pages. In the back end, a different beast awaits, one of databases, server management, and API architecture. It's where the robustness of server-side scripting languages like Python, Ruby, or Node.js empowers the servers, whereas SQL whispers secrets to the databases, organizing and marshaling data for the digital world. Akin to the yin and yang, striking a balance is imperative. The captain cannot shirk the engineering depth required to navigate the tumultuous seas, nor can the engineer ignore the siren's call of the horizon. Mastery demands mastering the full spectrum, piecing together the jigsaw with daily diligence. Our protagonist, the aspiring developer, sups daily on articles and tutorials, savoring each bite of knowledge with the relish of a gourmet. Every morning, they carve out time to tinker with HTML, shaping the structure of their burgeoning web knowledge, always responsive to the beckoning of CSS's styling allure. Afternoons are reserved for the logical rigor mandatory for back-end proficiency, a time where models of data intertwine with the functionality of back-end logic. As the chapter prepares to draw to a close, the notion of a well-rounded education offers comfort. It whispers promises of a tomorrow rich with potential, emboldened by the confidence instilled from understanding both faces of the same coin. Indeed, the next pages will beckon with the scent of fresh ink dedicated to HTML, CSS, and the initiation into the front-end world. With the digital landscape sprawling out like a vast, complex metropolis, our protagonist, an avid learner named Alex, found themselves standing at the precipice of the front-end realm. As morning sunlight filtered through the blinds, Alex powered on their laptop to begin the day with a dive into the foundational languages of the web, HTML and CSS. HTML, or Hypertext Markup Language, is the skeleton of web pages. It provides the structure and content. It's akin to the framework of a building, dictating where the walls stand and where the windows allow light to stream in. Alex spent the morning understanding this syntax that outlines headers, paragraphs, links, images, and other elements. Learning how to create a logical and accessible structure wasn't just about making things look good. It was about ensuring functionality and user-friendliness. The experience was equivalent to crafting a home, one brick at a time. As lunchtime approached and an empty coffee cup sat as a testament to their dedication, Alex switched gears to CSS, or cascading style sheets. This style sheet language is what gives the web its beauty, its intricate designs, and colors. Like choosing the paint for a room or the fabric for the curtains, Alex experimented with CSS properties and values to bring a dull structure to life. Borders, spacing, typography, and responsiveness, all these details were meticulously tuned, giving Alex not just a house, but a home. The afternoon was dedicated to wielding these newfound powers to create an aesthetically pleasing and responsive layout. Alex understood that learning the syntax was the first step, but applying the knowledge to build projects was crucial. They pieced together a portfolio website, a fitting first project to showcase what was to come. As the day transitioned to evening, and Alex looked upon their digital creation, lines of code transformed into visual art, they felt a deep satisfaction. Tomorrow would be another day, with back-end adventures awaiting. But as the screen dimmed and the hum of the computer subsided, the importance of what was learned today was clear. A broad knowledge base forged a more versatile developer, ready to tackle the intertwined layers of full-stack development. The next chapter awaits, much like the next phase in Alex's journey, delving deeper into back-end technologies. But for now, the bookmarks sit snug between the pages that spoke of HTML and CSS. The initiation into the front-end world had begun. The sun peeked through the blinds, heralding a new day as Alex sat down at their desk, the tools of the trade at the ready. This time, for a rendezvous with the back-end. After yesterday's accomplishment of crafting a sleek portfolio site, a palpable eagerness filled the room as the back-end awaited its share of attention. Walking the path of a full-stack developer, Alex recognized the importance of understanding both sides of the digital coin. The front end had its allure, but the back end was the cogent foundation, the wizard behind the proverbial curtain. The concepts that awaited Alex were servers, silent sentinels listening for requests, databases, the treasure troves of information, and programming languages that bound them together in an eloquent dance of logic and functionality. Starting with the concept of servers, Alex learned about their role as a mediator between the user and the storage of data. It was crucial to understand how a server responds to requests for data, processes it, and serves up the appropriate web pages. This knowledge was not just theoretical, it was the basis for creating seamless user experiences. As the backbone of the internet, servers demanded respect and understanding. Transitioning to databases, the heart of dynamic websites, Alex explored how they store and retrieve data efficiently. Whether it was customer information, product listings, or user-generated content, databases empowered the backend to dynamically serve tailored responses to the front-end's queries. Alex grasped the gravity of data integrity and normalization, concepts that ensure the database's reliability and speed. The final piece of today's puzzle was understanding back-end programming languages. Languages such as PHP, Ruby, and Node.js were more than just syntax. They were tools of craftsmanship. Alex's quest was not just to understand these languages, but to master how they interacted with servers and databases, how they molded data to serve a multitude of functions, creating the connective tissue between the raw data and the polished, interactive front end. As the day ebbed away, Alex reflected on the interconnectedness of it all. Resolving back-end bugs could enhance front-end performance, a well-designed database query could result in a faster page load, and understanding server limitations could dictate the robustness of the front end. The symbiotic relationship between front end and back end was becoming clearer with each line of code and each lesson learned. Looking back at the day's progress, the portfolio site from yesterday felt more alive, knowing the power that would drive it from behind the scenes. Alex closed their laptop, the back end's mysteries having unfolded ever so slightly. There was more to learn, but a foundation had been set, a milestone in the journey of a budding full-stack developer. The next chapter awaits, much like the next phase in Alex's journey, delving deeper into back-end technologies. But for now, the bookmarks sit snug between the pages that spoke of HTML and CSS. The initiation into the front-end world had begun. The back-end intro had ended, but Alex's story was far from over. The tale of ones and zeros was just starting to unfold. As Alex's journey into the depths of development continued, the realization dawned that mastering the craft required more than just knowledge. It demanded an optimized development environment. Setting the stage for success meant choosing the right hardware, installing the necessary software, and familiarizing oneself with the quintessential tools of full-stack development, all without writing a single line of code just yet. The advice from seasoned developers echoed in Alex's mind. A good craftsman never blames their tools, but they always choose the best ones they can afford. Alex began by scouting for the perfect hardware. The quest was to find a balance between performance, reliability, and cost. Discussions on online forums and articles suggested a mid to high-range computer, emphasizing a fast processor, ample memory, and SSD storage. To Alex, this machine was going to be more than a tool. It was going to be a companion on this intrepid foray into the digital unknown. After diligent research, Alex opted for a laptop that boasted an impressive CPU, 16 GB RAM, and a 5 or 12 GB SSD. A setup considered versatile enough to handle the demands of both front-end and back-end development. With the hardware in place, Alex shifted focus to software. A reliable operating system was paramount, and for this, Alex took the time to understand the strengths and weaknesses of Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. As the forums extolled the virtues of Unix-like environments for development, they installed Linux. It was challenging at first, but the flexibility and control it offered soon made apparent the rewards of this choice. The selection of text editors and integrated development environments, IDEs, came next. Options like Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, and JetBrains IntelliJ IDEA were considered. After much reflection and testing out different options, Alex settled on Visual Studio Code, appreciated by many for its extensive library of plugins, robust ecosystem, and intuitive design. Setting it up was like fitting the pieces of a puzzle together. Every extension, every tweak brought more power, more efficiency to Alex's fingertips. Following the setup of the inner sanctum of development, Alex recognized that understanding version control was essential in the arsenal of any developer. Therefore, the journey continued with installing Git, creating a GitHub account, and learning about the life cycle of code changes. The thought of pushing their first commit to a repository brought a mix of anticipation and fear. It was the first real step into the developer community. Then came the browsers and tools for testing websites. A flurry of installations ensued, with Google Chrome and Mozilla Firefox taking the lead. Alex also discovered the array of browser developer tools, and the excitement built up to explore every tab and panel. The networks, elements, and console panels would soon become familiar friends along the full-stack path. Lastly, Alex explored virtualization and containerization tools like Docker and orchestration with Kubernetes. The concept of microservices resonated, and the future as a full-stack developer seemed to promise endless avenues of expertise. Docker's installation rang like a rite of passage. The first image pulled from Docker Hub, a beacon calling them forward. Throughout the setup of this productive development environment, Alex felt the foundation of their career being laid down. One application, one configuration at a time. They knew the essence of being a developer was more than just writing code. It was about understanding and mastering the environment in which that code lives. It was preparing to not just enter the world of development, but to thrive within it. Now, the bookmarks on HTML and CSS seemed to vibrate with potential energy, and the back-end knowledge simmered within, ready to integrate into the next phase, deeper into back-end technologies. But for now, the bookmarks sit snug between the pages that spoke of HTML and CSS. The initiation into the front-end world had begun. The back-end intro had ended, but Alex's story was far from over. The tale of ones and zeros was just starting to unfold. Alex's development environment was pristine, a veritable tableau of efficiency and promise. It was one thing to set up the tools and another to utilize them effectively. With the IDEs primed and the version control understood, the next lesson Alex embarked on was the creation of an efficient workflow. Routine was key. Alex dedicated the first hour of the day to reviewing the previous day's work, easing into problem-solving mode. The commitment to lifelong learning meant that the next 2 hours were spent on tutorials and exercises, flipping between front-end exercises one day and back-end problems the next, ensuring a balanced progression. Alex took note. Diversifying learning materials prevented lulls in motivation. By midday, Alex had already absorbed a considerable amount of information. It was crucial to maintain that delicate balance between theory and practice. Hence, breaks were peppered throughout the day, geared towards mental digestion and reflection on what had been learned. Post-lunch sessions were hands-on. Alex applied morning lessons to mini-projects, little sandboxes where front-end met back-end, where theory fused with practice. This was also the period for exploring additional tools, task runners, bundlers, and linters that helped automate and clean the code, stepping stones to that well-oiled machine that Alex aspired to become. As the afternoon waned to evening, Alex reviewed code and researched best practices. Knowing that development was not just about creating, but also about maintaining and improving, they delved into forums and communities, connecting with other learners and seasoned professionals alike. Conversation threads on Stack Overflow or Reddit often led to aha moments. It was the collaborative essence of development in full display. Before the day's end, Alex recorded their progress and setbacks in a journal, with reflections that cultivated a growth mindset. Debugging sessions were particularly recounted to cement the learning experience. Documentation was not just about recording. It was about understanding the process. Alex ensured that every error, every bug was a step towards mastery, not a deterrence. And as the screen's glow dimmed, the room was filled with the faint clatter of keys pausing. A day well lived in the digital forge. Tomorrow beckoned with more code to shape and dreams to compile. The bookmarks would unfold more pages, and the development environment would once again be a platform for growth and opportunity. Alex understood that the environment was more than just their hardware and software. It was their approach, their routine, and their dedication to the craft. They knew there would be challenges ahead, especially in connecting disparate systems through APIs and grasping the intricacies of full-stack integration. But for now, they reveled in the satisfaction of a day well spent and a foundation well laid. As the evening descended on the skyscraper-lined horizon, Alex's screen emitted the only light in the room. The day's accomplishments flooded their mind with a sense of fulfillment. Before shutting down, they took a moment to update their digital journal on the day's learnings. Scribbling about their experiences kept them grounded and served as a reminder of the distance they'd traveled on their journey into full-stack development. The journal was, unknowingly, becoming a map of their intellectual development, a breadcrumb trail through the forest of technology. The next morning greeted Alex with a familiar hum of their development machine booting up. In the spirit of continuous improvement, they began by reviewing the key notes from the previous day. The agenda was clear. Dive deeper into the world of application programming interfaces, APIs, the crucial connectors between the front and back end they had forged in the previous weeks. Embarking on this new chapter, Alex understood the importance of having a sound process for exploring APIs. They decided to first familiarize themselves with popular tools for API development and testing, such as Postman and Swagger. Reading through the comprehensive documentation, Alex took elaborate notes, sketching diagrams to visualize how these tools could help bridge the components of their applications. Mid-morning, Alex engaged in mock exercises, using free API services to practice sending requests and interpreting responses. It was a meticulous process, each step building upon the last, reinforcing the understanding of data exchange formats like JSON and XML. Their development environment, once just a playground for simple scripts and designs, now started morphing into a sophisticated laboratory for integration and experimentation. The notepad on the desk was filling with questions, ideas, and epiphanies, all weaving into the fabric of their growing expertise. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the room, Alex's face lit up with the glow of revelation. They had successfully connected a simple front-end interface with a back-end service via an API they had configured. The round trip of data from the interface through the API to the server and back was like witnessing a digital handshake that Alex had orchestrated. There was beauty in this complexity, a symphony of code and connections. The day waned into evening, and Alex's routine brought them back to community forums. Here, they shared their victories and setbacks, finding solace and inspiration in the shared experiences of fellow developers. The sense of community bolstered their confidence, and the feedback they received provided new perspectives and strategies to tackle the learning curve ahead. The chapter of the day closed as Alex meticulously planned their tasks for the upcoming day. There was much to learn about securing APIs, managing data persistence, and ensuring that each component of the stack could fluently converse with its counterparts. The journey was arduous, but it was shaping Alex into a developer with a robust understanding of the full spectrum of software development. They powered down their machine, the screen's light fading as they reflected on the intricate dance of data and the elegance of systems working in harmony. Alex's journey had inculcated resilience, intuition, and most importantly, an unwavering thirst for knowledge that was the hallmark of a full-stack developer in the making. As dusk melded into night outside Alex's window, they could hardly contain the excitement for the days ahead. Tomorrow, the plan was to add another layer of complexity to their development endeavors: security. The very thought of implementing authentication protocols and encryption to safeguard data traversed through APIs caused a surge of adrenaline. But for now, the sweet victory of today's accomplishments cradled Alex into a well-deserved slumber. The next morning, bright rays of sunlight pierced through the blinds, marking the beginning of a new day full of potential. Alex's first task of the day was to research the common security vulnerabilities that APIs face and how to counteract them. All the while, they kept their development space organized, believing that a clutter-free environment fostered a clear mind. Their desk was neatly arranged with only the essentials: the laptop, a notepad for jotting down key points, and a cup of steaming coffee to ward off the morning chill. Alex kept to the side the books on web security and cryptography, ready to be delved into once the preliminary research was done. The screen lit up as Alex bookmarked several online articles and documentation on OAuth, JWTs, JSON Web Tokens, and HTTPS. They realized that understanding these would be crucial for the next stages of their project. In the quietude of the morning, Alex absorbed information like a sponge, sketching out diagrams and flowcharts on their notepad to visualize how these security measures could be weaved into their developing application. Upon tying up the knowledge acquired in the morning with practical implementation strategies, the afternoon tasked Alex with the concept of data persistence. They needed to comprehend the pivotal role databases play in full-stack development. The choice that loomed over them, SQL or no SQL. They scrutinized their project needs, and with every pro and con weighed, they inched closer to their decision. Exploring database management systems and learning about schemas, indexing, and query optimization filled the remainder of the day. Evening encroached, and Alex faced one final quest: enhancing the communication between the front end and back end. They experimented with various API response formats, considering how JSON or XML impacted their application performance. Tightening the efficiency of the API calls, optimizing the payload, and implementing robust error handling became the focus of their experimentations. The digital clock on the wall bleated a soft chime, indicating another day had passed. Alex stretched, a reel of the day's experiments playing in their mind. Their resolve for tomorrow, debugging and fine-tuning their application, set as firm as their knowledge foundation. As Alex nestled into the comforting embrace of their ergonomic chair, they reflected on the crux of their progress. Ensuring that their development environment was not just functional, but also productive, had been a game changer. In the heart of their mission, a development setup that didn't whisper but roared with efficiency, they had learned that the right tools made all the difference. The dual monitors they had installed after painstaking research offered a panoramic view of their work, saving valuable time that would otherwise be lost in a tangle of alt-tabbing through various windows on a single screen. Alex took pride in the mechanical keyboard beneath their fingertips. Chosen for its tactile feedback and durability, which rendered the act of programming a near musical experience. The mouse, with its programmable buttons, was the unsung hero of their setup, enabling quick navigation and function execution without leaving the home row of their keyboard. But beyond hardware, Alex had spent considerable time mastering the software that would serve as their blacksmith's forge. Their code editor, the altar where they would shape and mold their projects, was tricked out with extensions and plugins that boosted productivity. From code linters that kept their syntax clean, to repository management extensions that allowed them to deftly switch between branches, every software choice had been made with purpose. They had even invested time in learning the keyboard shortcuts, building muscle memory that would shave seconds that added up to hours. They knew that this was just the beginning. A development environment was never static. It evolved with every project, every challenge, and with the industry itself. There were always better tools to discover, more efficient workflows to adapt. But for the first time, Alex felt truly prepared to face those challenges head-on. They were ready to debug, to streamline, and to push the boundaries of their growing capabilities as a full-stack developer. The digital clock ticked forward. Tonight, Alex would rest, but tomorrow, they would dance the delicate ballet of debugging. From squashing simple syntax errors to uncovering deep logical missteps, they would troubleshoot with the grace and precision of a skilled artisan. And when they returned to their well-curated digital anvil, they would do so with a renewed sense of clarity and purpose. For Alex, every new day was a step closer to their dream, and every night was a chance to recharge and reflect on the miles already traveled. Comfort in the knowledge that their development environment was primed, Alex felt a surge of enthusiasm. It was time to put their kingdom of code through the rigors of debugging. The rhythmic tapping of keys underscored a new melody in the symphony of creation, each stroke signaling the hunt for imperfections within the intricacies of their work. With their dual monitors showcasing the sprawling landscape of their application on one and a leaderboard of bugs on the other, Alex's gaze shifted between worlds, one of construction, the other of correction. They had configured notifications to alert them to any unusual behavior in the server logs, a vigilant digital watchman standing guard over the integrity of their system. Meanwhile, automated tests wove their way through the application like meticulous spiders, leaving behind gossamer threads of data points that spoke volumes of the health of the code. Breaking the monumental task into manageable chunks, Alex addressed each bug with the precision of a surgeon. They methoded out issues, one by one, from the straightforward syntax mistakes that smirked at them from the screen to the more elusive logic errors that played hide-and-seek within the depths of function calls. These were the moments that transformed a competent coder into a masterful developer, where the theoretical interweaved with the practical, and knowledge solidified into expertise. As they moved closer to the end of the day, a sense of accomplishment began to blanket Alex. The list of bugs had dwindled, and performance metrics had crept higher and higher. They knew that optimization was an infinite game, but for today, significant strides had been taken. The end of the chapter saw Alex leaning back in their chair, a contented smile painting their face. The tools of their trade had served them well. Tomorrow they would delve deeper, but for now, it was time to rest, reflect, and prepare for the new challenges that awaited them with the dawn. As slumber took hold, Alex's mind danced with the code that had so captivated them throughout their waking hours. Morning came, however, with the promise of deeper exploration. Coffee in hand, they revisited their schedule, the backbone of their steady transformation into a full-stack developer. The day's schedule was divided meticulously. Mornings were reserved for learning. This was the time for Alex to consume new information, the building blocks of knowledge. As a disciplined student, they followed online courses and read through documentation, always prioritizing understanding over mindless memorization. The learning period concluded with a brief session of note-taking, summarizing key concepts and reflecting upon the implications for their project. Afternoons were dedicated to coding practice. Here, Alex would dive into the mechanics of what they had learned, translating theory into tangible skill. They challenged themselves with small project tasks, debugging exercises, and the construction of minor applications. These practical sessions were critical in cementing the morning's lessons. Evenings saw a shift in focus towards real-world project experience. This was when Alex's application took center stage again. They refined features, debugged persisting issues, and contemplated new functionalities. It was a cycle of trial, error, and success. A hands-on education. Commits pushed to their repository symbolized the day's tangible progress. Late nights were reserved for planning and foresight. Before embracing sleep, Alex plotted the next day's objectives, ensuring a sense of continuity and evolution in their endeavors. The hours they allocated to each segment of the day varied slightly based on the immediate demands of their learning or project, but the structure remained constant. Learn, practice, apply, and plan. On one such late-night session, Alex pondered about deployment. They needed to understand hosting services, domain configurations, and scalability. They listed these topics for the next round of learning, integrating them into their growing knowledge base. The chapter saw Alex once again reclining in thoughtful repose, the glow of the monitor casting a soft light on their features. A matrix of code reflected in their eyes, hinting at the ambitions they harbored. With each passing day, the balance of learning, coding practice, and real-world project experience continued to propel them forward, each step a milestone in their journey. Alex awoke to a new day filled with potential. With the foundational knowledge of full-stack development taking form in their mind, the chapter of deployment awaited them with fresh challenges. Today's schedule was tight but invigorating. Morning was reserved for the theory of hosting services and domain configuration, afternoon for the hands-on task of applying this knowledge, and evening for reviewing their progress and planning the steps ahead. As sunlight filtered through the blinds, Alex sat down with a steaming cup of coffee, ready to dive into the intricacies of web hosting. They explored different services, comparing features, pricing, and ease of use. Understanding the pros and cons of shared hosting, VPS, dedicated servers, and cloud solutions consumed the morning hours. Alex charted out the best options for their project, taking careful notes on scalability, security, and cost-effectiveness. When the clock signaled the beginning of the afternoon, it was time for action. Alex registered a domain name, chose a hosting plan that balanced performance with their startup budget, and began the process of configuring their server. Theories melded into reality as they uploaded files, set up databases, and navigated the control panel of the hosting service. There was a thrill in knowing their application, which started as a local project, would soon be accessible worldwide. The day's tasks stretched into the evening. Alex, fueled by passion and a second cup of coffee, ironed out configuration bugs and optimized server settings. They meticulously combed through their application, ensuring it was ready for the eventual public launch. The expectancy of sharing their work added a layer of excitement and a touch of nervousness. After a quick dinner, Alex returned to their workspace for the late-night planning session. Deployment was merely a piece of the larger puzzle. They sketched a roadmap on a whiteboard with steps outlining the next phases: analytics integration, marketing strategies, and user feedback loops. As they settled down, a contented exhaustion took hold, signaling the fruitful culmination of yet another well-spent day. The delicate balance they struck between learning, practice, and real-world application was turning into a well-oiled machine, each day sharpening the tools of their burgeoning development career. The following day, Alex awoke with the dawn, the morning light casting a pale glow across their workstation. They knew that today's agenda was to refine the application further, integrating analytics to understand user behavior and to inform future improvements. But as crucial as these tasks were, they understood the wisdom in keeping the first part of their day sacred for learning, a ritual of warming up for the mind. They began with a deep dive into analytics tools, familiarizing themselves with common metrics, report interpretations, and implementation strategies. Dedicated to understanding the behind-the-scenes of user interactions, they consumed articles, watched tutorials, and importantly, took meticulous notes that could later double as a personalized cheat sheet. As noon approached, Alex transitioned from theory to practice, initiating the integration of an analytics platform into their project. This was a dance between setting up dashboards and configurations, a tangible application of the morning's theory. As the soft hum of the afternoon settled in, Alex couldn't help but be drawn into the various ways to make a piece of software appealing to its intended audience. They took a break from the technical tasks to outline a modest marketing strategy, sketching out potential blog posts, exploring niche forums, and even reflecting on personal branding. This foray into the realms of reach and visibility was an enlightening detour that underscored the multifaceted role of a full-stack developer. In the quiet of the evening, Alex sought to make sense of the integration results by plotting the next steps. Amidst the scatter of post-it notes and scribbles adorning the corners of their screen, they began to draft a plan to capture user feedback. This feedback loop was critical. It was the connective tissue between the application and its users, the dialogue that could transform good into great. As the clock neared midnight, Alex traced out user surveys and feature request forms, digital bridges waiting to be crossed. As they powered down their workstation, the room was filled with the satisfying click of completed tasks falling into place. The integration of analytics was underway. A fledgling marketing strategy took shape, and the blueprint for user feedback was etched into the plan. The cycle of learning, applying, and evolving is well underway, and Alex felt the growth with each passing day, acutely aware that every step brought them closer to the holy grail of their bootstrapping journey. The dawn of the next day brought with it a sense of anticipation and the scent of freshly brewed coffee. Alex stood before their whiteboard, a battle plan laid out in an array of colored markers, each hue signifying an aspect of the journey ahead. They took in a deep breath, reflecting on the progress made so far, and with a firm nod toward the board, they stepped into the day's endeavors. Their application was ready for its first set of users. Now, it was time to launch it to a small user base, handpicked to represent a microcosm of their target audience. Alex had structured the day to ensure a careful balance. Mornings were reserved for reflection and learning. They dedicated this sacred time to understanding user engagement and retention strategies, subjects that would become increasingly relevant as their application garnered users. By mid-morning, Alex executed the launch, nerves tingling with a mix of fear and excitement. As users began to trickle in, a small analytics dashboard flickered to life, each new data point a beacon of real-world presence. Taking a deliberate break after lunch, Alex's afternoons were set aside for coding practice. But instead of embarking on abstract exercises, they focused on reviewing and iterating on their application's codebase, applying best practices learned from the morning's studies. This approach ensured that every line of code was not just practice, but also a direct investment into their product. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, Alex shifted their focus to gathering user feedback. They carefully read through user comments, smiling at some, wincing at others, and translating all into actionable items on a growing to-do list that promised to evolve their application into something better. The evening ushered in a time for planning. Alex plotted out the next steps, prioritizing features and bug fixes based on the day's feedback. It was living proof of the necessity to blend daily learning with practical, real-world application. They drew the day to a close, feeling that unique fulfillment that comes from not just learning, but doing. A fulfillment all the more sweet because it was self-made. Alex's eyes lingered on the whiteboard now filled with the evidence of progress before turning off the lights. They stepped out of their home office, filled with determination for another day of growth, knowing that each day, structured like this, was another step toward becoming a seasoned full-stack developer. As the first light of dawn crept through the blinds, Alex was already poised at their desk, coffee in hand, ready to undertake the ritual that had become the cornerstone of their burgeoning career as a full-stack developer. The morning air was still, punctuated only by the soft tapping of Alex's fingers on the keyboard. The task at hand was clear. Sift through the user feedback that had accumulated overnight. Every opinion, every suggestion was invaluable. Alex charted patterns in the feedback, paying extra attention to repeated issues and sought-after features. This treasure trove of insights was not just to refine their application, but also as a feedback loop for their learning. Each user experience problem presented a unique challenge, demanding an understanding of both front-end nuances and back-end sturdiness. By midday, Alex transitioned from the contemplative review of feedback to the more dynamic arena of application tuning. With a well-organized Kanban board, they laid out the tasks, from urgent bugs that needed immediate attention to the long-term architectural improvements that would ensure scalability. Periodically, they would update their Git repository with the latest enhancements, ensuring version control and seamless collaboration for future Alex or possibly collaborators. The afternoons were often dedicated to coding sprints. Alex would dive deep into sections of the application, refining code, streamlining processes, and always documenting the changes. This was not just for their benefit. It was a nod to the best practices that would make their application maintainable and approachable by any other developer who might join the project down the line. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadowing the room in the soft hues of dusk, Alex's mind wandered to the future. Soon, their application would no longer be a hidden gem amongst a select few, but a platform that could potentially transform its niche. Preparations for this larger-scale release were intermingled with the routine, the excitement bubbling under the surface of every mundane task. But the larger-scale ambitions never overshadowed the need for balance. As the clock signaled the end of another productive day, Alex dedicated time for reflection and planning. They reviewed what was accomplished, what was learned, and most importantly, what mistakes were made, all to be leveraged for betterment on the morrow. Self-improvement books often spoke of the compound effect, the incredible results that come from the consistency of daily routines. As Alex shut down their workstation, they couldn't help but feel a growing sense of pride in the routine they had carved. It was more than a pathway to becoming a full-stack developer. It was a testament to their resilience, adaptability, and unwavering commitment to skill and personal development. Alex's eyes lingered on the whiteboard now filled with the evidence of progress before turning off the lights. They stepped out of their home office, filled with determination for another day of growth. Knowing that each day structured like this was another step toward becoming a seasoned full-stack developer. The sun peeked through the blinds as Alex greeted a new day with a sense of purpose. After weeks of intricate balance, their schedule had become like a well-tuned instrument, harmonizing the melodies of learning, coding, and application refinement. But there was an element missing that could elevate their craftsmanship to a symphony: the engagement with the broader developer community. Today, as part of their diligently crafted routine, Alex would dip their toe into the shimmering pool of communal knowledge and collaborative development. They started by joining a well-known online developer forum, populated with threads ranging from troubleshooting codes to philosophical debates on the ethics of artificial intelligence. As they scrolled through the discussions, Alex felt the nervous excitement of a newcomer. They hesitated for a moment before crafting their first post, a question regarding best practices for scalable application architecture. Hitting submit felt like a rite of passage. Hours later, they were embroiled in a productive exchange with seasoned developers, picking up nuances of real-world problem-solving that no textbook had ever illustrated. Alex's daily learning session took on a new dimension, one filled with interaction, feedback, and the kind of intricate details that only came from years of experience. They made sure to balance this engagement with their coding practice, integrating new insights with each compiled function. But it wasn't just about taking from the community. Alex knew that to truly belong, one must also contribute. So they carved out time in their daily schedule to scout for open-source projects on platforms like GitHub, looking for opportunities where they could offer their nascent expertise. They chose a project that resonated with their own interests, a small web application focused on environmental data visualization. After examining the codebase and the list of issues, Alex selected a bug that they felt confident in tackling. Over the next several days, wrapped in the familiar embrace of a challenge, Alex refined their fix, testing and retesting until the problem melted away. When they finally submitted a pull request, the gratitude and constructive feedback from the project maintainers were more rewarding than they had imagined. It was a modest contribution, but for Alex, it symbolized their entrance into the realm of collaborative creation, an essential milestone in the journey of a full-stack developer. Alex's daily schedule, once a mere scaffold, had now become a living ecosystem of coding, learning, and community engagement. Each day brought new challenges, but also new allies in the form of mentors and collaborators, and new frontiers in the form of code contributions and insights. As the chapter in their life, marked by the introduction to the developer community, came to a close, Alex sat back, feeling the satisfaction of a day well spent. A day that had taken them one step closer to their dream. The seeds planted during these formative days would soon bloom into a garden of opportunity that extended beyond their most ambitious visions. It was clear that their once solitary pursuit was becoming a shared adventure, rich with the sort of growth that can only come from being part of something larger than oneself. Development, they realized, was not simply a technical skill, but a communal dance, and they were now part of the troupe. Alex's eyes lingered on the whiteboard, now filled with the evidence of progress, before turning off the lights. They stepped out of their home office filled with determination for another day of growth, knowing that each day structured like this was another step toward becoming a seasoned, full-stack developer. Intellectually fulfilled, yet undeniably fatigued, Alex resolved to retire for the night. They had meticulously orchestrated their days, interweaving learning sessions with practical coding exercises and community engagement. However, the challenge remained to fine-tune this balance, ensuring that neither area was neglected nor overemphasized. The next morning dawned, and Alex awoke with a clear vision. They divvied up their time into focused blocks, resembling an agile sprint, a concept they had absorbed from their recent interactions within the community. The idea was to emulate the rhythms of a professional development cycle, to build, reflect, and adapt. After a nutritious breakfast, they plunged into the first coding block of the day, fortified by the tranquility of the morning. Here, Alex dedicated time to a personal passion project, crafting each function and layout with growing finesse and attention to detail. Next, they transitioned into a learning session, where the focus shifted to understanding new concepts. Their study material ranged from recent tech articles to instructional videos and the occasional programming podcast that played softly in the background while they worked. Afternoons were reserved for active project engagement. Networking had paid dividends, as Alex now had a selection of projects from their community to contribute to. These were not simple fix-a-bug contributions, but rather complex features or enhancements that required a deeper understanding of the codebase. Here, the theory of the morning became practical, hands-on experience. As the day transitioned to evening, Alex allocated time for reflection. Sipping on herbal tea, they reviewed their code commits, learning progress, and community interactions, extracting lessons and formulating strategies to overcome any hurdles encountered. Insights gleaned from this reflection would inform tomorrow's approach, ensuring constant progression. The community hour bookended Alex's day. It was spent on forums and chat rooms, but with an evolving role, from inquirer to influencer. Now, newer members sought Alex for advice, and their presence brought new vigor to the discussions. Alex recognized the growth not just in their own capabilities, but in their ability to uplift others. They drafted plans for a small mentoring program tailored to assist beginners. Mentoring would solidify their knowledge by teaching it and contribute meaningfully to the community that had supported their journey. Closing their laptop, Alex mulled over the fulfillment of a well-structured day. The blend of learning, coding, and community had forged a diverse yet synchronized rhythm to their growth. Each area informed and amplified the others. As they nestled into bed, the satisfaction of purposeful exertion welcomed them into a restful slumber, ready for the opportunities tomorrow would bring. Approaching the next phase of his journey, Alex realized that to deepen his expertise further, he had to push boundaries and step out of the comfort zones he meticulously carved during his disciplined self-study periods. He decided to expand the mentoring circle by launching a small online forum primarily aimed at helping novices solve real-world problems, a place where Alex could share his knowledge and also learn new perspectives from fresh challenges. It wasn't long before Alex's forum caught traction, and more experienced developers joined in to help, transforming it into a space buzzing with innovation and collective problem-solving. Alex's routine had now evolved into a cyclical process of learning, teaching, reflecting, and applying. Mornings still began with a study session, dedicated to staying abreast of the latest technology news and trends, ensuring that he remained a well-informed contributor in the field. By late morning, he was deep into his coding practice, sometimes reworking issues discovered in the forum, other times tinkering with his passion projects, committing to the Git repositories that bore the digital imprints of his progress. Afternoons were spent reviewing code submissions on his forum and providing detailed feedback. This also became an avenue for discovering more complex projects that pushed his abilities to the next level. It was during one such review that Alex stumbled upon a project that needed a full-stack developer's insight to refactor an inefficient back-end system, which also provided the perfect opportunity to apply a blend of his acquired skills. Evening times were reserved for mentorship sessions, hosting live Q&A streams, and participating in coding boot camps as a guest speaker. The energy, questions, and enthusiasm from beginners fueled his passion and accelerated his learning. As the glow of his computer screen receded into the quietude of night, Alex took a moment to jot down his daily reflections. He had not only made strides in his own development, but also in fostering a community where learning was a shared journey. With mounting confidence and a growing reputation, Alex felt poised to seek even more ambitious challenges that would cement his standing as not just a proficient developer, but a leader in the community. The drowsiness of a day filled with purpose enveloped him, and he drew the curtains on another day of unrelenting progress, knowing tomorrow would yield even more fruitful endeavors. Though well on his way to becoming a full-stack developer, Alex understood that deepening his expertise in the core areas of web development would be pivotal. He knew that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript were the fundamental building blocks for any site or application, and as such, they warranted his unwavering focus. His strategy was to approach these core technologies as a triathlete would prepare for a race, giving each discipline its due attention, recognizing their unique challenges, and realizing the ways in which they synergized. For HTML, Alex devoted time to understanding the semantic structure of elements, appreciating the accessibility considerations paramount to a robust user experience. With CSS, he explored the art and intricacies of styling, experimenting with layouts while internalizing responsive design principles. JavaScript, the dynamic soul of web development, demanded his problem-solving skills and logical thinking, engaging him with algorithms and data structures. Each day, Alex allocated dedicated hours in the morning for theoretical learning, using curated resources like books, articles, and online courses that explained concepts without delving into code. Post-lunch sessions were earmarked for visual learning, where he watched expert developers build projects, noting their approach and problem-solving techniques. The evenings were set aside for reflective practice, where he contemplated design patterns and architectural concepts, relating them back to his project work and mentorship experiences. Alex understood that developing a deep proficiency in these core web technologies was not simply about learning them in isolation, but integrating them into a cohesive whole. He remained mindful of how HTML's structure provided the scaffold for CSS's style and how JavaScript added interactivity, bringing a static page to life. As dusk turned to twilight, Alex took solace in his routine, confident that this focus on the basics would not only sharpen his technical acumen, but also prepare him for the complex problems that he was likely to face in the chapter of his journey that lay ahead. Chapter 5. Laying the Digital Foundation. One brisk morning, Alex awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that to become a well-rounded full-stack developer, he would need to master the trinity of web development: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These languages were the building blocks upon which the vast interconnections of the web were built, serving as the gateway to more complex front-end and back-end technologies. Laying out his learning path, he decided to dedicate a set block of time each day to tree-like growth in these core areas. Mornings were reserved for HTML, the bedrock of web structure. He would spend this time diving into the semantics of HTML5, understanding how each tag provided meaning and accessibility to the content. Alex absorbed best practices and the importance of a well-structured document, knowing it would serve as a critical foundation for user interfaces he would later build. Afternoons transitioned into the world of CSS. Alex immersed himself in the language of design and aesthetics. He grappled with the challenges of responsive design, the fluid grid system, and the subtle interplay between typography and whitespace. It was in these hours, playing with color schemes and box models, that Alex began to appreciate the power of CSS to breathe life into static HTML. Evenings were reserved for JavaScript, the scripting language that made static pages dynamic. Alex tackled the fundamentals: variables, functions, objects, and the document object model. He didn't rush through this part. Instead, he took the time to write pseudocode, understand logic flow, and see how JavaScript brought interactivity to the user experience. This cadence, this disciplined approach to growth and learning, became his mantra. Alex was not just learning to code, he was learning to think like a developer. He engaged with online communities, participated in code review sessions, and surrounded himself with the ethos of continuous improvement. Each day brought new insights as he delved further into the relationship of the three core languages. Despite the hurdles, Alex remained patient and persistent. He knew that in web development, understanding the why was as important as the how. He befriended complexity, finding joy in untangling knotty problems and emerging on the other side with elegant solutions. Midway through his journey of mastering the web's core trio, Alex encountered a local startup seeking a volunteer web developer for a community project. It was an opportunity to test his learning in a real-world scenario, and he leapt at the chance. This new endeavor promised not just a test of his technical knowledge, but also an experience that would call upon his leadership and collaborative skills. At nightfall, as Alex reflected on this chance encounter, he sensed that this project would be the crucible in which his newfound skills would be put to the ultimate test. As the moon cast a cool glow over his workstation, he closed his editor, full of anticipation for the challenge that awaited with the dawn. After a restful night's sleep, Alex awakened with the knowledge that today was not just another day of study and personal projects. It was the first day of his transition from theory to practice, from solitary learning to collaborative developing. He began his day with a brisk jog, a routine that helped clear his mind and prepare him for the day's work. At the local startup's office, Alex was greeted with enthusiasm. The team was diverse, each member an expert in their own right, yet they all shared a passion for technology and innovation. The community project they were embarking on was ambitious, a responsive website for a local nonprofit. The task would require skill, creativity, and teamwork. As the junior member of the team, Alex knew he had to prove his worth. His first task was to review the website's existing structure. Although it was only a prototype, Alex saw that the HTML was well organized, an excellent foundation to build upon. He spent the morning reading through the code, taking notes on areas that could be improved for accessibility and SEO. It was a meticulous process, but by lunchtime, he had a clear understanding of the task at hand. After a quick meal, Alex began working on the CSS. The startup embraced a mobile-first design philosophy, and Alex was charged with ensuring the site looked flawless on various devices. He experimented with layouts and color schemes, mindful of the nonprofit's brand and the user experience. With each line of CSS, his confidence grew. His familiarity with the language was becoming second nature, and his design choices more sophisticated. Evening came, and with it the challenge of JavaScript. Alex met with the team's lead developer to discuss functionality. They decided on a set of features that would be both useful and manageable in the given timeframe. Alex was tasked with implementing an interactive calendar for the nonprofit's events. It was complex, but not insurmountable. He broke down the problem, mapped out his code structure, and proceeded step by step, integrating feedback from the lead developer. The day had been long, and Alex's mind buzzed with information. He'd pushed his abilities in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript far beyond what he'd imagined possible when he first started learning. The real-world application of these core web development skills lent them a weight and significance that pure study could not. As he wrapped up for the night, the sense of accomplishment was palpable. He had not only applied his knowledge, but had also begun to shape it in new, meaningful ways. As Alex's eyes opened the next morning, the soft glow of the early dawn streamed through his blinds, painting his room in a hopeful hue of gold and pink. He took a deep breath, thinking about the code he had written the day before. The excitement of growth was palpable within him as he envisioned the challenges that awaited him at the startup. He knew that today he would need to steep himself even deeper into the foundational trinity of web development: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Alex realized that his understanding of HTML had grown more sophisticated. He no longer saw tags and elements as mere containers or structure. They were the semantic building blocks that provided meaning to the web. Aware of the importance of clean and accessible markup, he vowed to commit himself to writing code that was not only functional, but compliant with the latest web standards. CSS, the subject that instilled both the fear of cross-browser compatibility issues and the thrill of seeing designs come to life, also demanded his attention. He'd recently grasped the power of CSS Grid and Flexbox, two modern layout models that brought with them a heightened sense of control over page layout. His appreciation for the meticulous nature of styling and responsive design had grown tremendously, further supported by his fascination with the subtleties of typography and color theory. Then there was JavaScript, the language that introduced interactivity and logic into the mix. Alex had conquered the basics of this scripting language. Variables, functions, and DOM manipulation no longer felt foreign. But understanding the finer details, like scope, closures, and event delegation, remained a thrilling challenge. Each line of code he wrote proved to be a mini-adventure, an exploration of problem-solving and efficiency that delighted his inner mathematician. As he performed his morning routine, a mix of shadowboxing and green tea, Alex contemplated the day's strategy. He would deliberately set aside chunks of time for each technology, beginning with HTML to structure his thoughts, CSS to flesh them out with style, and JavaScript to bring them to life with functionality. He decided to start a personal project alongside the community endeavor, a portfolio website to showcase his growing skills and projects. This parallel pursuit would serve to strengthen his understanding, provide an outlet for his creativity, and ultimately build a tangible asset in his journey towards full-stack development. The startup's office was buzzing when he arrived, vibrant with the chatter of creators and the clacking of keyboards. Alex greeted his peers with a confident nod and settled into the comfortable swivel chair that had become his command center. The screen before him blinked to life, and he was once again immersed in the digital ballet of code and creation. He tackled the day's tasks with deliberation, wrapping his head around complex layouts and interactive elements that tested his resolve. Drawing the day to a close, Alex reflected on the progress he made. The blend of self-study, applied practice, and community interaction had proven to be a potent formula for learning. As he bid farewell to his colleagues and stepped out into the crisp evening air, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. Tomorrow, he would dive into back-end programming and DevOps, but for tonight, he relished the victories of the day. A full-stack developer was not built in a day, and Alex was content in the knowledge that every step forward was a step towards mastery. Chapter 5. Laying the Front-End Foundation. Every morning, Alex would start his day with a ritual that balanced both discipline and curiosity. He'd begin with reviewing notes from the previous days, reinforcing his understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Alex had adopted spaced repetition as a strategy for retention, reviewing older material at set intervals while continuously adding new concepts. His current project, the community website, was starting to take shape. He had applied responsive design principles, ensuring the site looked good on various devices. He had even implemented some JavaScript to add interactivity with event listeners that triggered animations. By afternoon, Alex switched focus to his portfolio website. This, he had decided, would be his canvas for experimentation. He played with CSS Grid and Flexbox, understanding the intricacies of layout and design. No detail was too small, as he saw his portfolio as the bridge between his current abilities and his future ambitions. After supper, Alex delved into community forums and online discussions. He asked questions, offered solutions, and immersed himself in the language of the web. Just reading through the logical problem-solving steps others took was a learning experience. Each night, before bed, Alex dedicated an hour to explore the next steps of his journey. He browsed through back-end technologies and DevOps principles, making notes on what he'd tackle next. His heart raced with the promise of new challenges, but he reminded himself to be patient. Learning was a marathon, not a sprint, and Alex was playing the long game. As the weeks slipped by, the pieces of his knowledge started to click together. He could look at a website and deconstruct its elements. He recognized patterns in how things were built, and he grew increasingly excited to start contributing to these building blocks himself. By the week's end, Alex had completed the initial version of his portfolio site. It wasn't just a demonstration of his skills, but a testament to his discipline and dedication. With a mixture of pride and anticipation, Alex prepared for the next leg of his journey towards becoming a full-stack developer, a renewed sense of purpose. Tomorrow, he would dive into back-end programming and DevOps, but for tonight, he relished the victories of the day. A full-stack developer was not built in a day, and Alex was content in the knowledge that every step forward was a step towards mastery. Every morning, as the sun peered through his window, Alex sat down at his desk with his hot cup of coffee and opened his laptop, a portal to his learning sanctuary. He knew that mastery of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript was imperative and formed the bedrock of his journey into full-stack development. He engaged in deliberate practice, carving out chunks of his day dedicated to each of the core areas. In his HTML-focused hours, Alex constructed the semantic structure of numerous web pages. Without writing actual code here, it's noteworthy that he adopted a mobile-first approach, ensuring his websites were responsive and accessible. For CSS, he tackled layouts, experimenting with Flexbox and grid systems to organize content beautifully and intuitively. He was fascinated by the power of CSS preprocessors like Sass to write more maintainable style sheets. By the time he switched to JavaScript, Alex challenged himself with algorithms and problem-solving exercises that fortified his logic and understanding of programming principles. Community projects became a crucial part of his growth. They were real-world usability gyms where Alex could flex his coding muscles alongside peers. They'd deconstruct a complex design, distribute tasks, coordinate through version control systems, and weave their individual efforts into a cohesive project. The experience was akin to playing in an orchestra, where each developer's part harmonized into a symphony of pixels and code. His portfolio website was his canvas for creativity and his repository for all he learned. As it grew in both complexity and functionality, Alex ensured to imbue each line of code with the best practices he had gleaned from experienced developers and meticulous research. Engaging with online forums remained a staple in Alex's daily system. Not only did he seek answers, but he also began providing them, solidifying his understanding by teaching. The transition from asking to contributing was subtle, yet marked a significant milestone in his journey. As the chapter of front-end development began to close, Alex prepared himself for the back-end challenges that awaited. Already familiar with JavaScript, he looked forward to exploring Node.js and expressing the versatility of JavaScript on the server side. He realized that front-end and back-end were two sides of the same coin, and his well-rounded expertise on both would deem him a true full-stack developer. Closing his laptop for the evening, Alex was not just closing the day's session, but also a significant chapter in his development. Tomorrow, new languages and frameworks awaited him, but today's successes whispered the promises of a diverse and skilled craftsman in the digital world. Armed with a robust understanding of the bedrock of web development, he was ready to erect the columns of the back end upon it. As the first light of dawn crept through the curtains of Alex's modest apartment, it found him already awake, fueled by determination and a hearty ambition. His mind was abuzz with the new challenges of back-end technologies, but today he allowed himself a moment of reflection on the foundational skills of web development he had woven into his lexicon: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Each of these core elements had now become a part of him, an extension of his thought process as he strategized and created. HTML had taught him the structure, the skeleton upon which all web pages stood. He had spent days understanding the nuances of tags, the importance of semantic markup, and the accessibility considerations necessary for inclusive web experiences. CSS had been the brush with which he painted the canvas of the web, bringing his HTML structures to vibrant life. He had dived into the depths of Flexbox and grid systems, explored the boundaries of animations and transitions, and understood the sophistication of media queries to make his designs responsive and fluid. With each project, he had witnessed his skills blossoming from crude arrangement of elements to artful, intuitive interfaces. JavaScript, the lifeblood of interactivity, had captivated his imagination further. Variables, functions, and events had become his tools, allowing him to create dynamic experiences that responded to the user and altered the page in real time. He reveled in the logic and precision of the language, finding a delightful puzzle in every challenge it presented. But now, as he sipped his morning coffee and gazed out across the city's awakening sprawl, Alex knew it was time to build upon his knowledge. Today would be spent bridging the gap between front-end spectacle and back-end substance. He resolved to approach back-end development with the same systematic fervor. Before diving into server-side languages, databases, and server architecture, he dedicated this day to research. Alex set out his strategy: curate resources, identify key concepts, and establish baseline understanding. Much like the sensory-rich journey of front-end development, the back-end would be laden with its own complexities and exhilarations. It was a domain where performance, security, and data management took center stage, and he was eager to learn the choreography. The first steps of this new dance would be learning about server setup and API interactions, understanding the concepts of RESTful services, and exploring the intricate relationship between client and server. As the city beneath him stretched and yawned into the new day, so too did Alex expand his horizons, the skyline a reminder of the endless possibilities that lay ahead in his journey as a budding full-stack developer. Alex began his day as usual, brewing a strong cup of coffee that filled his small kitchen with a comforting aroma. As the black liquid poured into his favorite mug, Thoughts of div tags and CSS properties danced in his head. But today, Alex shifted his focus from front-end design to back-end processes, a new domain he was eager to conquer. He settled into his chair, a makeshift workspace that had long become a cockpit for his digital explorations. Before diving headlong into the back-end, Alex paused. He knew that a solid understanding of web development's core areas was vital, that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript were not simply languages, but tools that would allow him to craft seamless experiences online. He reflected on his progress with these core technologies and the projects he had completed, considering them triumphs in his burgeoning career. With each line of code, each bug fixed, and each design problem solved, Alex had become more adept at speaking the language of the web. It was these triumphs that bolstered his confidence as he prepared to delve into the realms of servers and databases. Deep down, he knew that mastering the triad of front-end development was not an endpoint, but rather a springboard into the vast ocean of possibilities that full-stack development promised. As he reviewed notes from accomplished developers and studied intricacies of back-end architecture, he made a pact with himself to approach this new chapter with the same enthusiasm and commitment that saw him through the front-end grind. Today, however, was not about writing code. It was about laying the foundational knowledge from which his coding would ascend. Servers, APIs, RESTful services, these would become his new alphabet, a fresh syntax for his growing developer vocabulary. Alex was on the verge of transforming from a sculptor of user interfaces to an architect of functionality, from shaping aesthetics to engineering utility. As he hovered over his keyboard, action loomed close. His hands were poised to script his future, to manifest an understanding that would serve as the bedrock for his full-stack aspirations. Alex's journey into the triad of web development, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, had been like foraging through a dense forest, each day hacking away at unfamiliar concepts, their complexities compounding like the foliage around him. He knew mastering these was a prerequisite to embarking on the back-end trail. One did not simply stumble upon proficiency. Refreshing his understanding of HTML, he revisited its newest semantics, aiming to craft more accessible web content. The cascading nature of CSS no longer bewildered him, as he designed responsiveness with finesse. JavaScript had evolved from jarring jargon to a poetic script, one that Alex could now conduct with the symmetry of an orchestra's maestro. Alex kept a disciplined schedule, rigorously segmenting his study time across these core areas. Mornings were for HTML, scripting tags onto blank canvases like an artist outlines a sketch. Afternoons were reserved for CSS, where he poured colors and shapes into the outlined structures, bringing them aesthetically to life. Evenings, however, were most invigorating. Here, Alex would breathe life into his creations with JavaScript, animating them with logic and interactivity. Weekends were his reflection pools. He assessed his work, fine-tuned his approach, and prepared for the week ahead. Blogs, podcasts, and community forums were his companions on lazy Sunday afternoons, offering him insights and keeping the flickering flame of curiosity well-fueled. As Alex grew more competent, he began to contribute to these forums, answering questions for those who were now where he had once been. This not only solidified his understanding, but also subtly knitted his reputation into the expansive fabric of the developer community. Alex was not naive to the challenges ahead, but rather intrigued by them. The estuary of his full-stack ambitions was in sight, a medley of front-end finesse and back-end brawn, of transforming from a sculptor of user interfaces to an architect of functionality, from shaping aesthetics to engineering utility. As he hovered over his keyboard, action loomed close. His hands were poised to script his future, to manifest an understanding that would serve as the bedrock for his full-stack aspirations. But first, a silent pledge to polish his prowess in the foundational triad to perfection. With a purposeful keystroke, Alex ended his coding session, mentally preparing for the voyage into the back-end wilderness that awaited him. Morning crept through the blinds, painting the room in a hue that signaled the beginning of a new phase for Alex. He switched on his computer, its glow a steadfast companion in the myriad of lessons that lay ahead. Now, with the front-end technologies taking shape in his tool belt, it was time to wade into the enigmatic currents of back-end development. As the initial step of this journey, Alex began by understanding the role of the server in the grand scheme of web development. Through online resources and community forums, he gleaned insights into how servers process requests, serve content, and the importance of efficient coding practices in a live environment. His mind, once daunted by the opacity of the backend, now eagerly mapped out the intricate dance between client and server. With this foundational understanding, it was time to explore the various programming languages and frameworks that could empower the server side of his projects. Python, with its readability and versatility, called out to him first. It had a strong presence in web development, thanks to frameworks like Django and Flask. Each day, he dedicated a few hours to grasping the syntax and delving into simple projects that honed his Python skills. However, diversity was key, and Alex was determined not to put all his eggs in one basket. He heard much about the elegance of Ruby and the productivity gains from its popular framework, Rails. Setting aside time each week, Alex embraced Ruby, exploring its convention over configuration philosophy and appreciating its gem-laden infrastructure. Node.js was another frontier, blending the familiarity of JavaScript with the new territories of server-side development. Alex found joy in the event-driven architecture and real-time capabilities Node.js and its frameworks, like Express, offered. It allowed him to use JavaScript, a language where he already possessed a degree of fluency, across the full stack of his applications. Each language and framework brought its own merits and challenges. Alex often found himself in a tug-of-war between his interests and market demands. Choosing a focus was not merely a question of preference, but a calculated maneuver. He surveyed job postings, analyzed industry trends, and consulted with more experienced developers to understand the market's needs. Yet, he also listened to the intrinsic pull of his curiosity, allowing it to guide him toward the technologies that resonated with him the most. Through trial and error, projects that worked and those that faltered, Alex charted his path in the server-side realm. The decision of which language to specialize in would not be immediate. He knew he had to immerse himself, build something substantial, and experience the intricacies each one presented before he could ascertain where his true passion and the market's necessity aligned. As the crimson hues of dawn painted the sky, Alex booted up his computer. Python, Ruby, Node.js. They each called to him like sirens of the deep code sea. He mapped out a project for each, ensuring a thorough exploration of their capabilities. His fingers danced across the keyboard as he set up Python on his machine, eager to start his day with Django. He admired how Python's syntax flowed smoothly, like reading a book, each line a sentence in an ever-growing story. With Django, he envisioned his personalized blog, a place not just to share his journey in code, but also to practice his craft. Next, Alex's curiosity steered him toward Ruby. There was an elegance to how Ruby read from the screen, and an enigmatic allure to Rails that he couldn't ignore. He drafted outlines for a community forum, sketching functionalities, user stories, and pondering over the database schema that would underlie the robust application. A gem of an idea was taking shape, and he felt a rush of excitement as he began to lay down the foundational code. The final leg of his project trifecta was a real-time chat application. Node.js had a reputation for handling concurrent connections with aplomb, and Express seemed like the perfect companion for this journey. Alex delved into JavaScript's asynchronous nature, crafting event-driven servers that would enable seamless communication between users. With every line of code, his understanding deepened, as did his appreciation for the vibrant Node.js community, bolstering his efforts. As the days turned into weeks, Alex's projects took shape. His personalized blog boasted a sleek design and insightful articles that garnered a small following. The community forum was blossoming into a place for meaningful discussions, and the chat application buzzed with the immediacy of thought-to-text conversations. The decision of specialization loomed. Each language had shown its strengths and seduced him with its charms. Python with Django was powerful yet straightforward, enabling rapid development with a sense of clarity. Ruby on Rails offered convention over configuration, which appealed to his orderly disposition. Meanwhile, Node.js with Express had a pulsing heartbeat, keeping pace with the web's real-time demands. Perhaps it wasn't a matter of exclusivity, but rather a palette from which to paint his full-stack masterpiece. With a thoughtful gaze, Alex reviewed his work, noting how these creations could interconnect within the microservice architecture that modern development often favored. As he pondered, the pieces of the puzzle began to align, forming a clearer picture of his future in coding, a tapestry woven from threads of different hues, each significant in the grand scheme of server-side development. Alex's journey into server-side development illuminated a path studded with diverse prospects. With a triumvirate of robust projects under his belt, a Python-powered blog, a Ruby-based forum, and a Node.js chat app, it was time to transform knowledge and potential into strategy and focus. As he sipped his coffee one crisp morning, Alex's browser was ablaze with tabs, each displaying the vibrant ecosystems of job listings that sought these distinct skill sets. The digital landscape was vast, and Alex noted with interest that job opportunities seemed abundant for Python and Node.js particularly, citing their extensive use in data science and real-time applications, respectively. Ruby, while slightly less prominent, still showcased its demand through robust legacy applications in need of maintenance or slower-paced environments favoring Rails convention over configuration philosophy. To Alex, these data points weren't just statistics. They were signals directing him toward a niche that resonated with his newfound proclivities. Something within him leaned toward the elegant syntax of Ruby, yet the practicality of a burgeoning market could not be overlooked. Python's rise with the tide of data-oriented applications made it a tantalizing choice, and the versatility of Node.js beckoned with its non-blocking, event-driven architecture suitable for scalable network applications. Dilemmas of the fortunate, he mused, acknowledging the luxury of choice. But the industry's lean towards full-stack development meant that specializing did not equate to restrictions. The modern developer was expected to be adaptable, a chameleon changing shades as projects evolved. With this mindset, Alex sought the counsel of peers and mentors, eager to imbibe the fragments of wisdom acquired over countless hours at the codeface. One mentor, Patricia, emphasized the cogency of crafting a personal brand around a core expertise while remaining conversant across the spectrum. The strength of a full-stack developer is adaptability, Alex. However, building a strong foundation in a language with high market demand can propel your career forward, she advised. He also joined online forums and local meetups, absorbing insights and presenting his projects for critique. The feedback was invaluable, calling attention to nuances in his code, suggesting improvements, and providing encouragement. Each response shaped his understanding, and the community's camaraderie bolstered his resolve to not just be a developer, but to embody the ethos of development in its entirety. Choosing a primary language began to feel less like a gamble and more like a strategic move. It was through these interactions and reflections that the choice became increasingly clear. The allure of Python's versatility and Node.js's non-blocking nature was strong, but there was something about the way Ruby flowed from his fingertips into existence that couldn't be ignored. Alex found himself lingering over the syntax and elegance of Ruby code. The language seemed to have an almost Zen-like quality about it, allowing ideas to flow seamlessly from thought to execution. He recalled the famous saying around Ruby, "optimized for developer happiness," and it resonated with him. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that the dynamic and asynchronous nature of JavaScript, particularly in the Node.js runtime, was dominating discussions around server-side development. Developers raved about its efficiency in handling concurrent requests, which was critical for the ever-growing expectations of modern web applications. His mentors emphasized the importance of diving deep into one language without losing sight of others. Specialize, but stay adaptable, one of them advised. Analyses of job postings and tech trends suggested that while specialization would make Alex more attractive to prospective employers, some level of proficiency in the other languages would future-proof his career. Furthermore, Python's strengths in data science and automation presented opportunities outside the traditional web development path. It became a daily ritual for Alex to scan through tech news, community forums, and recent job postings, weighing each language's presence in the market. He observed that while Ruby's star might not be the brightest, It still had a devoted following and a niche where it excelled, especially in the startup world with the Rails framework. Conversely, Python had a solid footing in various areas, and Node.js was continuously on the rise, showing no signs of slowing down with the widespread adoption of JavaScript. After careful consideration and many notes scribbled in his ever-present notebook, Alex decided to focus primarily on Ruby and its popular Rails framework, while maintaining his skills in Python and Node.js. This decision struck a balance between following his passion and staying relevant in the job market. He laid out a plan, participating in open-source Ruby projects, attending community meetups, and contributing to forums. Simultaneously, he'd keep his Python and Node.js skills sharp through mini projects and online challenges. It was crucial to build a well-rounded profile that showcased his dedication and adaptability to potential employers. Alex's journey was not just about learning the syntax of Ruby or the configuration of Rails. It was about understanding the underlying principles of server-side development and becoming versed in the orchestration of web applications. Each morning, with a steaming cup of coffee at hand, Alex would open his laptop and dive into his daily routine, shaped by discipline and a thirst for knowledge. His first task was usually to check the latest trends and news in the world of Ruby on Rails. Alex understood that to be successful, one must stay informed about the latest updates and community best practices. He followed influencers and thought leaders on social media and subscribed to newsletters and blogs that were known bastions of quality content. This habit helped him stay on the pulse of the industry and often provided inspiration for the projects he tackled later in the day. After his research, Alex would turn to GitHub looking for Ruby projects that could benefit from his burgeoning skills. Initially, he focused on simple bugs and documentation updates. It was a way to get his feet wet, to understand how collaborative coding projects functioned. Gradually, as his proficiency grew, he tackled more complex issues, contributing features and even engaging in refactoring exercises, which challenged his understanding of clean code and best practices. Contributing to these projects not only honed his technical skills, but also taught him the invaluable skill of working with others' code. Meetups and community events were evenings of excitement and growth. Here, Alex was more than a learner. He was an active participant in discussions, sharing what he learned and absorbing new information from the experiences of others. He realized these tete-a-tetes were as educational as any online course or tutorial, which often lacked the tangible benefit of human interaction and networking. Through this cycle of learning, contributing, and networking, Alex's skills flourished. Not only was he mastering Ruby and Rails, but his constant tinkering with Python and Node.js made him a versatile developer who could understand and work with different parts of the tech stack. Imposter syndrome occasionally reared its ugly head, but with each small victory, be it a merged pull request or a kudos from a peer, Alex's confidence in his chosen path grew stronger. As Alex dived deeper into server-side development, his days took on a rhythm of strenuous learning and practical application. He would start his mornings by making a small contribution to an open-source Ruby project, finding that the collaborative aspect of such work provided a real-world context to the skills he was honing. Then, after a short break filled with a brisk walk and a strong cup of coffee, he would spend an hour on news aggregators and forums like Hacker News and Reddit's r/programming to stay abreast of the latest trends and debates in the tech world. His afternoons were reserved for building his own projects, a task management API in Node.js, a data visualization tool using Python and Flask, and a blogging platform in Ruby on Rails. As Alex coded, he would stream tech podcasts, absorbing wisdom from industry veterans about architecture, scalability, and maintainability. Reinforcing his knowledge like this gave him a sense of progress that was both measurable and deeply satisfying. But as he juggled different languages and frameworks, Alex felt the need to streamline his learning process. He recognized the wisdom in the phrase, "jack of all trades, master of none," and understood that if he spread himself too thin, mastery would elude him. On the advice of a mentor he met at a local tech meetup, Alex decided it was time to focus more sharply. He spent a weekend conducting market research, analyzing job postings, and surveying the tech landscape to determine where his interests could meet demand. He noticed a high demand for Node.js developers, particularly those skilled with the React framework for front-end development. In Ruby, he observed a niche market for enterprise-level Rails applications. While Python's versatility from web development with Django to artificial intelligence with TensorFlow offered a wide spectrum of opportunities, the diversity was both thrilling and intimidating. To make an informed decision, Alex reflected on the projects he had enjoyed the most. Python's clean syntax and the promise of delving into machine learning in the future enticed him, while Ruby's developer-friendly environment and the elegance of Rails had captured his heart. Node.js held the allure of full-stack JavaScript development, a boon in the collaborative work environments he aspired to join. He decided to continue with his trifecta of languages for a while longer, until one project or opportunity came along that would demand his undivided attention and set his focus. Nonetheless, it was this mix of languages that would soon bring Alex face to face with a real challenge. An opportunity arose to contribute to a significant open-source project, which was looking for developers to help refactor a complex piece of their back-end system, a system that interfaced with Ruby, Python, and Node.js. This was exactly the kind of complex problem that Alex had been preparing for. The project would test his understanding of the three languages, his ability to write clean and efficient code, and his problem-solving skills at an unprecedented level. Alex's fingertips flew across the keyboard. Through the glow of his dual monitors, he could see the vast digital landscape that lay before him. The open-source project, known by the community as Odyssey, was a platform for educational resources that was unique in its requirement for real-time data updating across servers running different languages. It was a meeting point for his three potential focuses: Python, Ruby, and Node.js. The platform's Python component used Django, requiring Alex to tap into his knowledge of ORM, object relational mapping, for database interactions. He relied heavily on Python's strong data manipulation capabilities to handle large datasets of educational material. Aspiring for efficiency, Alex crafted asynchronous tasks to handle background operations, ensuring the application's responsiveness. He then turned his attention to the Ruby section, which was built with Rails. Here, the elegance of Ruby shined in the simplicity of its syntax and the powerful support Rails provided for web services. Carefully, Alex refactored code to make it more dry, don't repeat yourself, a principle highly regarded in the Rails community. Finally, Alex delved into the backend's Node.js portion, built on the Express framework. The event-driven, non-blocking nature of Node.js was perfect for handling the numerous I/O operations required by the platform. He developed RESTful APIs to support the front-end's dynamic content and managed to integrate the Express middleware seamlessly for the authentication process prone to high-traffic usage. Days melded into nights, and nights back into days, as Alex contributed to Odyssey. Each language and framework presented its own peculiar challenges, but Alex found his groove, sometimes struggling with a particularly stubborn piece of code. Other times experiencing the programmer's high when a solution crystallized in his mind. He started to see patterns that transcended language syntax. The core principles of clean code, maintainability, and scalability were universal. Alex also learned to collaborate virtually with developers around the globe, using Git for version control and adhering to the project's contribution guidelines. He understood the importance of communication and meticulous documentation, as his code was subject to reviews by maintainers. It was exhilarating to watch suggestions pouring in from other contributors, the collective mind striving for excellence. The effort put into Odyssey sharpened Alex's skills, and he felt at home with server-side development. He started to understand the nuances of each framework and language, and more importantly, which played to his strengths and interests, and met market demand at the same time. The weeks turned into months, and Odyssey became a testament to Alex's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Late-night coding sessions were interwoven with bouts of reading documentation and engaging in intense technical discussions with his online collaborators. The open source project became his proving grounds, testing his capacity to integrate solutions in Python's Django, streamline processes in Ruby on Rails, and optimize I/O operations with Node.js and Express. With each solved issue and committed code, Alex's reputation in the community grew. He was no longer a silent contributor. His pull requests sparked lively conversations, and his solutions were often greeted with virtual nods of approval from developers he had come to respect. During this period, Alex made a pivotal decision. He chose to specialize in Node.js with Express, realizing that his interest in handling asynchronous operations and the thriving market demand for this technology aligned with his career aspirations. While he maintained a proficiency in Python and Ruby, it was Node.js that captured his fascination, and the real-time web applications he could create with it promised exciting challenges. Keeping a close eye on the tech industry trends, Alex understood that Node.js was becoming an essential skill for full-stack developers, and he was eager to position himself at the forefront of this wave. The success of Odyssey had unexpected side benefits. Alex started receiving messages from other users on the platform, asking for advice or proposing collaboration on other projects. His GitHub profile, once a sparse and timid introduction to the world of coding, was now brimming with contributions. It became a portfolio of his skills, a testament to his dedication, and a beacon for those searching for talent. As the chapter of Odyssey drew to a close, Alex felt a blend of pride and anticipation. He had transformed from a rookie to a confident server-side developer, capable of architecting robust solutions and collaborating effectively within a global team. He had not only gained technical prowess, but had charted a clear path for his future career. The open-source Odyssey had endowed him with precious skills, connections, and a recognized presence in the tech community. As he prepared to make the leap from passionate amateur to professional developer, he knew that Odyssey was more than a project. It was the catalyst to his dream career. Chapter 7: The Architecture of Data. As Alex transformed his passion into practice, he turned his attention toward the spine of any application, the data. Understanding data storage was the next stepping stone. It would require him to move from familiar territories into the complex dominions of SQL and NoSQL databases. With Odyssey scaling up, data management was key, and Alex was ready to face the challenge head-on. Every morning, Alex began with the ritual of a strong cup of coffee and a clear mindset focused on the daily goals at hand. Today, he had earmarked the fundamentals of SQL, a language designed for managing and querying relational databases. He pored over resources, understanding how tables were structured and how relationships between those tables formed the basis for efficient data retrieval. The afternoons were reserved for practice, and Alex would create miniature datasets mimicking Odyssey's structure. He learned to write queries, delving deep into select statements, join clauses, and aggregate functions, tying them to what he knew about objects and arrays from his JavaScript days. Alex knew that learning by doing was the best approach to grasp the power and limits of SQL databases. Weeks passed, and Alex felt emboldened to explore NoSQL. He began understanding the flexibility of document stores, key-value pairs, and graph databases. He started recognizing the scenarios where a NoSQL database like MongoDB would triumph over a traditional SQL-based system and vice versa. Setting up a simple NoSQL database to track Odyssey's user interactions, Alex experimented, evaluating performance and scalability. With the database foundations laid, Alex approached the symbiotic world of data structures and algorithms. He dove into online courses and coding challenges, understanding that efficient data storage was more than the database technology. It was about how the data was accessed and manipulated. He vigorously applied himself to learning sorting algorithms, tree structures, hash maps, and the principles of Big O notation. He incorporated these techniques into mini projects, refining Odyssey's codebase and making it more efficient. With each improvement, he saw Odyssey respond faster, handle more data, and become more resilient to bottlenecks. Towards the close of the chapter, Alex reflected on how his proficiency in managing data would allow him to create robust, scalable, and efficient applications. His increasing mastery over both SQL and NoSQL technologies, along with an acute understanding of data structures and algorithms, had not only fortified his repertoire, but also his confidence in solving complex problems. As the journey through data architecture ended, Alex prepared to transition from solving technical problems to navigating the professional tech industry. The craftsmanship he honed within the walls of his modest workspace lit a path forward, signaling the beginning of a new adventure, converting a personal odyssey into a career. Alex's newfound proficiency in databases was a critical element in his developmental arsenal, with the basics of SQL granting him the ability to manage and query relational databases, and NoSQL offering flexibility with its schemaless data structures. He dove into data modeling. He understood that the way data was stored could drastically impact the efficiency and scalability of an application. It was not just about storing data, it was about retrieving it in an optimized way. To solidify this knowledge, Alex embarked on a new mini-project, a personal finance tracker he named Economize. It would require complex data relationships and provide practical experience with normalization, indexing, and understanding query performance. Crafting the database schema for Economize compelled Alex to think about long-term maintenance and how the design choices he made early on could affect the application's future. Simultaneously, he kept his thoughts steeped in theoretical knowledge by diving deep into data structures like trees, graphs, and hash tables, as well as algorithms for searching and sorting. Implementing these algorithms from scratch bolstered his confidence. He knew their significance would stretch beyond his projects, playing a crucial role in technical interviews with prospective employers. Day by day, Alex committed to working through database and algorithm challenges. He engaged with online communities, posting his progress, asking for feedback, and iterating on Economize. He believed the insights from seasoned developers would refine his thought process, enabling him to approach problems more analytically. It became routine to read a new concept, implement a feature in Economize that used that concept, and then join discussions online to explain his rationale and gather evaluations. The cyclical process of learning, building, and sharing not only augmented his expertise, but also built a digital footprint of his evolving skill set. This perpetual exchange of knowledge was preparing Alex for the next phase, the immersive world of tech networking and interviews, where he would have to showcase his projects, articulate his technical decisions, and prove his aptitude as a full-stack developer. As the journey through data architecture ended, Alex prepared to transition from solving technical problems to navigating the professional tech industry. The craftsmanship he honed within the walls of his modest workspace lit a path forward, signaling the beginning of a new adventure, converting a personal odyssey into a career. Armed with the knowledge of SQL and NoSQL databases, Alex recognized that data is the lifeblood of any application. He was convinced that understanding data storage and retrieval mechanisms was fundamental to becoming a full-stack developer. To truly internalize these concepts, Alex dove into learning about data structures and algorithms, the very blueprint upon which efficient data processes are built. His awareness blossomed with every mini-project he completed, from setting up relational tables with complex joins in SQL to exploring the flexibility of document stores in NoSQL databases like MongoDB. Alex often found himself enthralled in the task of analyzing data requirements and translating them into efficient storage solutions. His expertise grew, and with it, his confidence. The algorithms part of his routine was like sharpening a blade. With each problem-solving exercise through platforms like LeetCode and HackerRank, he felt a step closer to mastery. Binary trees, hash maps, and graph structures were no longer just theoretical constructs, but became tools in his arsenal, weapons of logic wielded with precision in his code. Projects like Economize were valuable, but Alex understood that real-world scenarios often present a different set of challenges. He started contributing to open-source projects, using GitHub as both a learning platform and as a repository to document his growing capabilities. Through these collaborative efforts, he learned about version control best practices, code reviews, and the importance of writing maintainable code. The interaction with online communities on forums such as Stack Overflow, Reddit, and GitHub discussions brought Alex new perspectives and constructive criticism that sharpened his acumen. He realized learning is as much about giving back as it is about taking in. So he began imparting advice to novices in these forums, solidifying his own understanding in the process. This cycle of learning, building, and interacting had become second nature to Alex. The once daunting task of database design now appeared to be a set of logical steps, and algorithms were tools to optimize these steps. The next chapter of his journey loomed before him. It was time to share Economize and his polished capabilities with the world. The network he was poised to create would become the catalyst for the opportunities he had been preparing for. As Alex dove further into the realm of data storage, he knew it was time to confront the two dominant paradigms shaping modern databases: SQL and NoSQL. His learning strategy was simple yet effective. For each concept, he would construct a mini project encapsulating its core principles. For SQL, he built a small inventory system that allowed him to manipulate and retrieve data using complex queries. He dissected joins, subqueries, and transactions, attuning his mind to the structured query language that had become the backbone of so many applications. With the rigid elegance of SQL under his command, Alex turned his attention to the flexibility of NoSQL databases. He chose a document-oriented database and set to work on a blogging platform. This allowed him to appreciate the schema-less nature of NoSQL and the way it facilitated the storage of unstructured data. As he implemented features like tagging, search, and comments, he learned to appreciate the scalability and performance benefits NoSQL provided for specific types of applications. With each mini-project, Alex also committed to mastering data structures and algorithms, knowing they were crucial for understanding what lies beneath any storage system. He began with the basics: arrays, linked lists, stacks, and queues. Each structure was a building block, each algorithm a method to process data efficiently. His blogging platform's search feature needed an algorithm capable of quickly finding relevant posts, so he integrated a simple text search powered by a trie structure. For his inventory system, he optimized retrieval times with a balanced tree structure, enabling efficient lookups. Alex understood the database was more than a place to dump data. It reacted, evolved, and had to be managed. He learned about indexing, caching, and the importance of database normalization and denormalization strategies. He set up backups and practiced restoring them, preparing for the possibility of data loss. Economize had become his sandbox for prototyping these various storage strategies and understanding their impact on performance and scalability. Community engagement soon became part of Alex's daily routine. He frequented forums and discussion boards, contributing answers and participating in debates about data storage solutions. It became apparent that interacting with others not only bolstered his knowledge, but also helped him learn how to articulate his thoughts clearly, skills he knew would serve him well in a professional environment. Throughout the process, Alex documented his journey, writing blog posts that detailed the challenges he faced and the solutions he came up with. His writing gained traction, and before long, other aspiring developers reached out to him for guidance, drawn by the clarity and practicality of his insights. In a way, he had already begun to network within the technical community without even stepping foot outside his workspace. The closing weeks of this intensive learning phase found Alex reflecting on his growth. The once daunting concepts of data storage were now familiar territory, mapped out and navigated confidently. He was ready to leave the comfort of his personal projects and take the next bold step. His strategy of using the practical to understand the theoretical had paid off. Alex's journey into the deep waters of data storage had become an odyssey of exploration and discovery. His ventures with SQL databases laid the foundation of understanding relational data models. The intricacies of join operations, normalizations, and indexing were no longer abstractions, but tools that he wielded with meticulous dexterity in his inventory system project. Through the lens of a simplistic diagram, an intricate dance of tables, rows, and relationships brought forth an operational marvel. It was as if he had crafted a digital library, each book a row, each shelf a table, and the library's catalog, his crafted queries that would find the exact data needed, almost instantaneously. On the other hand, his foray into NoSQL with a blogging platform introduced him to the flexible world of schemata freedom. Document-based stores like MongoDB became his canvas, where data fluidity was not just a feature, but a principle. The dynamic nature of blog content, posts, comments, users, and tags, lent itself to a schema that was organic, evolving with the features he added. As post-ides connected the dots between disparate documents, Alex's understanding of data storage expanded. He saw the elegance in denormalization, the swiftness of embedded documents, and the trade-offs that came with scalability and consistency. Algorithms and data structures, the backbone of computer science, interwove through each project. He learned to analyze the complexity of his queries, once with a pen and paper, writing down each step, and later, like an experienced composer in his mind, recognizing patterns and bottlenecks as he skillfully optimized. Binary trees, hash maps, and caching mechanisms soon became part of his toolset, each serving a unique purpose in data storage and retrieval processes. His mini-projects became his proving grounds, his digital playgrounds of creativity and intuition. By constructing, deconstructing, and reconstructing data layers, he gained more than just knowledge, he forged experience. Each feature added, each bug squashed, each refactor completed was a lesson learned, a mistake not to be repeated, and a step closer to mastery. As Alex shared his learnings and tribulations on his blog and other technical forums, he found solace and encouragement in the engagement he received. Other developers, both novices and veterans, shared their insights, enriching his understanding and fueling his passion for growth. His digital footprint grew wider, and the connections he made were not just digital, but personal, a conduit that would soon carry him to the cadre of professional developers. With each day, Alex's repertoire swelled. eSQL, NoSQL, data structures, algorithms, these were no longer isolated territories on his map of knowledge. They were interconnected landscapes through which he navigated with increasing confidence. The path ahead was illuminated by the light of community and experience, guiding him towards the next chapter of his story. A full-stack developer immersed not just in code, but in the very fabric of the technical community. Reflecting on his growth. The once daunting concepts of data storage were now familiar territory, mapped out and navigated confidently. He was ready to leave the comfort of his personal projects and take the next bold step. His strategy of using the practical to understand the theoretical had paid off. Alex had seen his share of late nights and early mornings, where the serenade of keystrokes replaced dialogue, and the urging hum of his computer was an echo of his determined mind at work. The mini-projects had been his trials by fire, challenging him with real-world problems that databases often encounter. His ventures with complex datasets and intricate relationships had baptized him in the fires of practical experience. As Alex polished his SQL knowledge, he ensured to diverge occasionally into NoSQL to keep him agile. His understanding of when to use a relational database over a document store was no longer just theoretical. It was based on the performance of past projects and lessons learned from each. He could now claim with confidence that he knew how to model data for efficiency and scalability, and also when to normalize or denormalize data for specific use cases. Grasping data structures was not merely about recognizing them by name or by the algorithm in which they performed best. It was about knowing how to implement them effectively in a real system, ensuring that the theoretical best-case performance translated into real-world efficiency. He modeled his data in arrays, trees, and hash tables, each time observing the impact of his choices. In his blogging platform, Alex infrastructure allowed users to navigate posts with ease, implementing search functions and recommendations that were both speedy and accurate, thanks to the underlying data algorithms he had harnessed. But to truly prepare himself for the professional arena, he recognized the next step was to widen his range. It was critical to validate his self-taught skills outside of his self-curated challenges. Alex started marking his calendar with upcoming tech meetups. He knew these events could provide vital networking opportunities and a platform to discuss his projects with peers. His blog caught the attention of an organizer for a local developers forum, who extended an invitation to speak about his journey as a self-taught developer. The thought of public speaking sent a jolt of nervous excitement through him, but he accepted, recognizing the opportunity it presented. He was also more prolific in his online interactions, engaging in deep discussions, resolving queries, and contributing to open-source projects. Each pull request merged, each issue closed, added another block to the foundation of his burgeoning career. Alex realized that each day brought him closer to being ready for professional opportunities, his toolkit of knowledge and experience steadily growing. As he reflected on his growth, he knew the once daunting concepts of data storage were now familiar territory. Mapped out and navigated confidently, he was ready to leave the comfort of his personal projects and take the next bold step. His strategy of using the practical to understand the theoretical had paid off. However, before attending his first meetup, he intended to dedicate an entire week to revising all his learnings, from the simplest database commands to the most intricate data structures. This would not only consolidate his knowledge, but also allow him to present confidently in conversations with experienced developers and potential employers. The adventure was far from over, but Alex was equipped and eager to face whatever lay ahead. The next few days were a blur of activity for Alex. He scoured his notes, revisited his mini projects, and buried himself in the finer points of data normalization, transaction processing, and the differences between the various NoSQL databases like MongoDB, Cassandra, and Redis. He knew that the detailed understanding of when and why to use a particular database would set him apart and allow him to make informed decisions in complex situations. When the day of the local developers forum finally arrived, Alex felt a mingling of excitement and nerves. This would be his first public speaking engagement. Clad in a clean, smart outfit, a subtle nod to taking this step seriously, he arrived at the venue with a USB drive holding his presentation and a mind brimming with SQL joins and index optimizations. His talk proved to be a hit. He navigated the crowd's questions with aplomb, bridging technical intricacies with real-world applications. The developers there were genuine and engaging, asking him about his journey and sharing their insights. It was a powerful validation that he was on the right path. Riding high on the success of the evening, Alex plunged into a week of intense review. He went over data structures like linked lists, trees, and graphs again, ensuring that not only could he implement them, but also discern which was best suited for a given problem. His algorithm practice continued apace, focusing on searching and sorting methods' efficiency and the elegance of their design. The week concluded with Alex attending his first professional networking event. It was another crucible for his burgeoning skills, requiring him to effortlessly discuss his experience and technical vision with peers and industry veterans. There was an exchange of business cards, LinkedIn connections, and the promise of future collaborations and opportunities. As the chapter of his preparation closed, Alex realized that he was no longer the novice he had been months ago. He was a burgeoning full-stack developer with a growing network and a firm foundation in data storage fundamentals. His journey was morphing into a reality, one line of code, one connection, one solved problem at a time. Tomorrow's challenges may be unknown, but today, Alex was ready. Chapter 8, Mastering the Front-End Pantheon. Alex's journey into the magisterium of development tools began with the triad that rules modern front-end development: React, Angular, and Vue.js. He mapped out a strategic approach to conquer this complex domain. Mornings were reserved for theoretical learning, engaging with online courses, reading documentation, and studying the architecture of each framework. Afternoons, however, were dedicated to hands-on practice. To make sense of React, Alex began by understanding its component-based architecture. He deep-dived into the concept of props and state, and how React's declarative nature simplifies the building of interactive user interfaces. Angular, with its two-way binding and deep association with TypeScript, required a more disciplined study method. Angular's comprehensive nature, as an all-encompassing framework, meant that Alex had to spend extra hours on understanding modules, services, and dependency injection. Vue.js presented a different kind of challenge. It was simpler and more approachable, but that very simplicity demanded a clear understanding of reactivity and the Vue instance. To get a handle on Vue, Alex created small, focused apps that allowed him to experiment with its core concepts without being overwhelmed. But learning wasn't enough. To truly understand these tools, Alex needed to use them in real-world scenarios. He decided to contribute to open-source projects using each framework. Scouring through GitHub, he found projects that resonated with him and started working on issues labeled Good First Issue to get his feet wet. Community contributions not only put his new skills to the test, but also provided a platform to receive feedback from more experienced developers. Through this systematic approach, Alex gradually built a portfolio of work showcasing his ability to navigate the front-end ecosystem. His GitHub profile blossomed with projects and contributions. Potential employers and collaborators now had tangible evidence of his expertise and dedication. As the weeks unfolded, Alex's confidence swelled. Each tool was starting to feel less like an arcane piece of technology and more like an extension of his creativity. The initial bewilderment gave way to a sense of mastery over each interface, each line of code contributing to more dynamic, responsive applications. The apex of his front-end journey arrived when he decided to merge his understanding of all three frameworks into a single, ambitious project. He envisioned a dashboard that could be dynamically updated based on user preferences, an ideal proving ground for his new skills. React's components would handle the personalized widgets, Angular's services would manage data flow, and Vue's directives would offer a crisp, user-friendly interface. He could see the interconnectedness of these tools. Understanding one deepened his insight into the others. This multifaceted project was the culmination of countless hours of study and practice, a testament to his determination and ability to self-learn. Daily, Alex's routine followed a meticulous pattern designed to inch him closer to mastery. Mornings were devoted to theoretical learning. He would read documentation, write detailed notes, and compare the different paradigms behind the scenes of React, Angular, and Vue.js. React's declarative nature for building user interfaces, Angular's full-fledged framework capabilities, and Vue's progressive approach intrigued him in different ways. Afternoons were for practical application. Alex dedicated these hours to hands-on coding. He started by following tutorials, slowly evolving towards tweaking the code to see how changes affected outcomes. Mistakes were frequent, but they were his most excellent teachers, hard-coding best practices into his memory with every error message deciphered. He learned to embrace the JavaScript console and debugging tools. They became his steadfast allies. Evenings brought reflection and community engagement. Alex joined forums, subscribed to coding channels, and participated in discussions about the ecosystems of React, Angular, and Vue.js. He didn't merely consume content, he contributed, asking insightful questions and offering help where he could. This habituation to community interaction was crucial. It not only solidified his knowledge, but also expanded his professional network. As days turned to weeks, Alex noticed a pattern in his learning curve. The initial overwhelming complexity of these tools began to give way to familiarity. He was learning their languages, understanding their quirks, and becoming increasingly proficient. He deployed a personal project, a kind of diary for his development journey. It featured sections done in each framework to showcase his growing proficiency. Users could choose which one they wanted to see the content in, React, Angular, or Vue.js, providing a real-world demonstration of his skills. This project required Alex to delve deeper into each tool's ecosystem. For React, that meant mastering components and hooks. For Angular, it was about services and modules, while for Vue, he focused on the reactivity system and component architecture. He respected each for their particular strengths, understanding that the debate about which was best was less important than knowing when and how to use each effectively. Alex's ambition was never to become just a developer. He aspired to be a problem solver, a creator who could weave different technologies seamlessly to produce solutions. This project was his proving ground, combining aesthetics with functionality and showcasing a full-stack developer's adaptability. He could see the interconnectedness of these tools. Understanding one deepened his insight into the others. This multifaceted project was the culmination of countless hours of study and practice, a testament to his determination and ability to self-learn. He ended each day reviewing what he had achieved and planning the next steps. Tomorrow, he would venture further into the back end. Alex's journey into the realm of front-end development transformed his workspace into a crucible of creativity and innovation. Mornings were reserved for theoretical exploration. He devoured documents and tutorials surrounding the intricacies of the powerful front-end frameworks. He compared the declarative nature of React's components to Angular's comprehensive platform and Vue.js's progressive framework philosophy, seeing each not as rivals, but as varied tools for different needs. By afternoon, his focus shifted to sharpening his practical skills. He developed habit of dissecting popular websites, rebuilding their features using React, Angular, and Vue.js alternatively. This routine expanded his problem-solving skills and his understanding of when and how to apply each tool effectively. His code editor teemed with tabs, each a gateway to a different part of his burgeoning project, an ecosystem where components flourished and harmonious functionality took shape. In the evenings, Alex sought out the wisdom of the coding community. Forums and chat groups buzzed with the keyboards of fellow developers volleying advice and experiences back and forth. He shared his daily progress, ingested feedback, and honed his skills through peer code reviews, all while forging connections that transcended the virtual space. Through his systematic method, Alex marveled at the responsive UIs taking life under his hands. The interactivity facilitated by his newfound proficiency with JavaScript and these essential frameworks. Each hurdle crossed and milestone reached only piqued his curiosity further, instilling a persistent hunger for more knowledge, more efficiency, more elegance in his code. One evening, as he contributed to an online discussion about state management in large-scale applications, he had an epiphany. The experience that each tool provided, from React's context to Vue's Vuex store, was different, yet conceptually similar. He began to see the parallels and the distinctions as a puzzle, where his task was not only to understand each piece, but also to know when and where each piece fit perfectly. His personal project, a dynamic web application featuring a dashboard with real-time data visualization, became not only a testament to his skill, but also a living laboratory. It was here he iterated over his code, refactoring and improving with each passing day, a loop of perpetual learning and growth. And with each feature successfully implemented, he deepened his understanding of the symbiotic relationship between the elegant interplay of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and the structural might of React, Angular, and Vue.js. As the chapters of his theoretical textbooks translated into lines of functional code, Alex realized his fluency in front-end languages was blossoming. The frameworks that once seemed daunting were now reliable friends, their idiosyncrasies and strengths clear. The commitment he made to master these technologies was paying dividends, paving the way for the next challenge in his pursuit of full-stack development. The vast expanse of the back end, Alex's days began early and often stretched into the wee hours of the morning. Not only was he confident in the syntax and underlying philosophies of React, Angular, and Vue.js, but he had also gleaned an understanding of their respective ecosystems. This mastery had not come easily. It had taken a methodical approach to learning and a persistence that was slowly paying off. Each day, Alex would start by reviewing the previous day's work, ensuring his understanding was solid before moving on. He created small, manageable tasks that he could tackle each day. He did not rush. Instead, he invested the time to understand why the frameworks worked the way they did. This deep dive into the workings of each technology helped him understand the trade-offs and the contexts in which each framework shone brightly. He participated in online forums, asked questions, and was now even helping others, a true testament of his burgeoning expertise. Moreover, Alex continued to build his project piece by piece. React's component-based architecture allowed him to think in modular blocks of functionality. With Angular, he wove complex features into the fabric of his application, appreciating its opinionated structure that guided him to best practices. Vue.js, with its intuitive and progressive nature, enabled him to fine-tune the user experience with minimal overhead. As he iterated over his project's codebase, applying and reapplying the principles he had learned, the lines of code that streamed from his fingertips were no longer just commands. They told the story of a developer who understood his craft. During his systematic conquest of front-end technologies, Alex unearthed a world of supportive tools and libraries that enriched his project. He integrated state management libraries, router packages, and utility tools that made state-of-the-art functionality easier to implement and maintain. His project evolved from a simple web page to a dynamic, interactive web application. And through this transformation, Alex himself was metamorphosing. The knowledge he was acquiring about front-end development was the groundwork, the foundation he was laying for his approach to the back-end. Anticipation filled Alex as he peered ahead at the challenges that beckoned. With the front-end terrain thoroughly mapped and explored, it was time to chart a new course into the back-end, where the code he would write not only created experiences, but also powered them. This was where the whole symphony of full-stack development would come together. In the seamless integration of front-end interactivity with the robust processes of the back-end. As Alex began to immerse himself further into the intricacies of front-end frameworks like React, Angular, and Vue.js, he realized that alongside these powerful tools, there was an array of supplemental libraries and technologies designed to enhance his development projects and streamline his workflow. The systematic approach Alex had adopted was one of disciplined learning coupled with practical experimentation. He spent the first part of his mornings reviewing documentation and keeping tabs on updates from the official sites and GitHub repositories for React, Angular, and Vue.js. This regular engagement with fresh information ensured that Alex wasn't just keeping pace with the ever-evolving front-end landscape, but he was also staying ahead of it. By afternoon, experimentation was the name of the game. Alex would pick a specific function or a component he read about in the morning and try to integrate it into his project. This hands-on experience was not without its share of errors and frustrations. Yet these challenges only served to deepen his understanding of the framework's complex behaviors. With each passing week, his repository of custom components and utilities swelled, marking the growth of his capabilities. Evenings, Alex dedicated to community engagement. He joined online forums, engaged in tech meetups, and participated in code reviews. This interaction was twofold: a chance to both share his accumulating knowledge and to seek guidance on the subtler aspects of the frameworks he was mastering. It was through these interactions that Alex came to be known as a resource for others, often receiving messages from developers who were just beginning their journeys, seeking his advice and expertise. As he approached the back-end segment of his journey, Alex knew the value of the community he had built around him. The back-end was a vast and complex domain, with languages such as JavaScript through Node.js and frameworks like Express.js awaiting his exploration. As he had done with the front end, Alex intended to approach the back-end with a methodical plan, starting from the basics of setting up a server to understanding the nuances of databases and RESTful APIs. He was on the precipice of diving deeper into full-stack development, excited to tackle the challenges, and more importantly, to build solutions that made real-world impact. His web project that started off as a sandbox for front-end technologies would evolve to become a more comprehensive application that demonstrated his growing expertise in both the client-side and server-side development, a testament to the journey he had embarked upon. As the chapter drew to a close, Alex took a moment to reflect on the progress he had made. He felt confident that the skills he'd honed in front-end development would serve as a strong foundation for the complexities of back-end systems. With the dawn of the next chapter, Alex would begin threading together all the pieces, scripting not just the surface of his applications, but their very core. The evening was quiet, the only sound being the soft tap of Alex's fingers on his keyboard as he navigated through the intricate ecosystem of front-end development tools. Months of relentless practice and learning had culminated into this moment where he could craft sophisticated user interfaces with ease using React, employ Angular for its powerful features in larger applications, and weave Vue.js into projects that required a more lightweight touch. He marveled at how these frameworks, once daunting in their complexity, now felt like extensions of his own thought process, a testament to his systematic approach to learning. With the last burst of the sun's rays painting streaks of gold across his desk, Alex reflected on the journey so far. His day-to-day had become a delicate balance of theory and practice. Mornings were spent combing through documentation, keeping abreast of the latest updates and community insights. Afternoons transformed into experimental lab sessions, where he tinkered with components, binding data and behavior into seamless experiences. And evenings, like this one, were his time to contribute back to the community, answering questions and sharing snippets of wisdom on forums and social media. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, he closed his laptop with a sense of accomplishment. Tomorrow, back-end development awaited. It was a world of servers, databases, and API services, a whole new layer of abstraction and functionality to master. But tonight, he allowed himself a small celebration of the victories won in the realm of front-end development. The beautiful interfaces created, the bugs squashed, and the users delighted. He ventured into the kitchen and poured himself a cup of tea, smiling as he thought about the uncharted territories of Node.js and Express, the architecture of RESTful APIs, and the steadfastness of databases he was about to explore. He knew the road ahead would be challenging, but if his journey through front-end development taught him anything, it was that systematic learning and a passion for building were his greatest tools in overcoming any obstacle. With the last sip of his tea, Alex was already thinking of the server setup he'd tackle first thing in the morning. Alex set aside the celebratory mood as the night deepened, reflective yet eager for the journey ahead. Still, before diving into sleep, he planned his first steps in the back-end realm with the precision that marked his previous adventures. His digital notepad listed setting up a local development environment, understanding Node.js and Express basics, and exploring APIs and databases with meticulous checkboxes beside each task. Beneath, he wrote a reminder to himself to approach back-end with the same methodical zest he did the front end. Divide and conquer, it read, echoing the philosophy that got him this far. The progression from front-end to back-end felt like venturing from the charted waters of a known harbor into the open sea. Alex knew the importance of fundamentally understanding server-side programming, security concerns, and data management. But at this juncture, the well-thumbed pages of documentation and community forums for React, Angular, and Vue.js would be replaced by Node.js guides and Express tutorials. To some, the switch from front-end to back-end might appear as an insurmountable hurdle. However, for Alex, who had once known nothing of components, props, or state management, this was just another exciting challenge in his self-crafted curriculum. The next extraordinary chapter in his career awaited with the break of dawn. Lying in bed, his mind raced with anticipation. Echoes of JavaScript functions and CSS Flexbox mingled with thoughts of what lay ahead. Databases, server logic, and JSON APIs. It was a symphony of knowledge that lured him into slumber. Early morning light seeped through Alex's blinds, casting a soft glow on his desk. His computer, a silent sentinel in the night, now awaited his command. Murmuring a quiet resolve to himself, Alex rose with the sun, prepared to embrace the back-end with the same fervor that had carried him thus far. The new dawn marked not just a continuation, but an evolution. Alex, the front-end developer, was ready to become Alex, the full-stack developer. Murmuring a quiet resolve to himself, Alex rose with the sun, prepared to embrace the back-end with the same fervor that had carried him thus far. The new dawn marked not just a continuation, but an evolution. Alex, the front-end developer, was ready to become Alex, the full-stack developer. With this objective clear in his mind, Alex sat down at his makeshift study, a small desk facing a bright window, and fired up his computer. He had a plan, a structured roadmap, which he intended to follow religiously. His first step was to set up his local development environment. This meant choosing the right code editor, installing Node.js, and becoming comfortable with the command line interface. It wasn't the thrill of front-end creativity that awaited him, but instead the intricate logic and architecture of back-end functionality. It felt like stepping from the vibrant streets of a bustling city into the gears of a colossal clock, daunting, yet absolutely essential. As the days unfolded, Alex poured himself into understanding the intricacies of Node.js. He created simple applications, got familiar with asynchronous JavaScript, and started wrapping his mind around middleware and routes in Express. Each day was segmented. Mornings for learning new concepts, afternoons for practical application, and evenings for community interaction, where he asked questions and shared his progress. He treated the process like a fitness regime, each day clocking in his development workouts and ensuring he maintained a healthy balance of theory and practice. Over time, his tool belt expanded to include a variety of databases, NoSQL and SQL alike, as he practiced data modeling and database interactions. The abstraction of server-side work was becoming clearer, as tangible as the UI components he had once rendered with React. APIs, once a mere service he consumed, were now puzzles he constructed, designing endpoints with meticulous care and observing their interactions with the front end like a proud parent. Pages of notes were accumulated, repositories of his projects were created, and small but significant milestones were celebrated. As the chapter of his journey neared its conclusion, the transformation from a novice to a knowledgeable full-stack developer resembled the gradual unveiling of a grand tapestry, woven thread by thread, with patience and purpose. As the penultimate piece of his front-end tooling mastery, Alex ventured into the paradigm of modern frameworks and libraries like React, Angular, and Vue.js. Understanding the popularity behind these tools, Alex approached them strategically. React, with its declarative and component-based architecture, beckoned for his attention first. He undertook the challenge by dissecting the core concepts of components, state, and props through the elaborative documentation and community tutorials. It was a continuous cycle of learning, building, and reviewing. Each morning, he would cement his understanding of a singular concept, like the virtual DOM in React or directives in Angular. Afternoons were earmarked for practical implementations where he crafted simple user interfaces, an activity tracker, a weather app, or a personal blog. Evenings were for community interaction, where he posed questions, shared insights, or assisted peers having difficulties. As weeks rolled into months, Alex realized the frontline battle with JavaScript frameworks wasn't the code alone. It was also state management and performance optimization. Thus, he incorporated tools like Redux for state management in React and dove into the nitty-gritty of Angular's change detection strategies and Vue's reactive system. Simulating work environment stress, Alex occasionally set himself tight deadlines to mimic real project timelines. This self-imposed pressure tested his resilience and ability to write clean, performant code swiftly. Slowly, he perceived a sense of confidence burgeoning within, as he seamlessly switched contexts between React's JSX, Angular's TypeScript, and Vue's Option API. On the brink of the end of the chapter, with the ecosystem's landscape imprinted into his skill set, Alex stood at the threshold of back-end mastery. His preceding efforts had set him in good stead, laying a solid foundation for the final ascent into server-side scripting, database management, and the intricacies of RESTful API development. Chapter 9. The Git of Teamwork and Open Source Harmony. Amidst a symphony of keystrokes and the perpetual glow of dual monitors, Alex found himself facing the crucial element of software development that would refine his journey: version control. With his mind geared towards the all-encompassing realm of back-end development, he understood that an intricate piece of the full-stack puzzle lay in mastering Git, the industry's de facto standard for tracking changes in source code during software development. For Alex, grasping version control was not just about safeguarding his code or maintaining a history of changes. It represented a gateway to heightened collaboration and an open door to the global community of developers. He realized that to work as part of a software team, he would need to be proficient in Git, a skill that far surpassed the confines of personal projects and reached into the territories of collective creation. He immersed himself in learning the nuances of Git, reveling in the power it bestowed upon the development process. Daily, Alex would pull the latest changes from a central repository, merge his contributions without conflicts, and push his updates, ensuring a synchronized dance of code that evolved in tandem with his peers' input. Through this repeated cycle, he witnessed the profound benefits of version control. The safety net it provided allowed him to experiment fearlessly, knowing that any misstep could be reverted with ease. He savored the security it offered, confident that his progress was chronicled meticulously, forever retrievable in the annals of repository history. However, It wasn't until Alex embarked on contributing to open source projects that the true magnanimity of collaboration dawned upon him. He combed through repositories, eyes alight with inspiration, a world of code awaiting his fingerprint. His contributions, at first minor bug fixes and documentation enhancements, gradually grew bolder. Each pull request merged was a triumph, every line of code reviewed by fellow developers, a lesson etched in permanence. Within these digital halls of communal creation, where codebases stood testament to a symphony of minds, Alex found a kinship. Here he was not just a solitary developer, but a part of something expansive, a contributor to the technological tapestry that wove a new era. The chapter was culminating, but his story was far from over. For now, with the mastery of version control tucked under his belt, Alex stood poised for the plunge into back-end development, ready to embrace the languages and structures that would empower web applications from within. With Git by his side, his foundation was unshakable, his vision clear, his keyboard ready to manifest the next cascade of functions and frameworks into reality. As this chapter closed, the dawn of a new one beckoned, where server scripts and databases awaited his eager mind. In the world of software development, tools like Git are akin to sorcery that manages the intricacies of time. The ability to jump between versions of code, to branch off into alternate realities of features and fixes, and to merge them back into a cohesive timeline is nothing short of magical. Alex had been weaving this magic into his fabric of skills, understanding that this was not just about saving his work. It was about cultivating a history, a story of the project's evolution. Alex spent his days not only committing code, but also streaming through the commits of others. Observing their styles, their problem-solving techniques, gave him new perspectives, shaping his approach to coding challenges. In this collaborative realm, Git was the thread that bound the tapestry of collective effort, allowing multiple developers to work on different features simultaneously without stepping on each other's toes. He was part of a team now, though they may have never met face-to-face, united by a common goal and a shared repository. Contributing to open-source projects was the trial by fire that tested Alex's mettle. Each pull request merged into the main branch was a rite of passage, a validation of his skills. He learned to navigate the social norms of these projects, to articulate his ideas in issue discussions, and to adhere rigorously to code of conduct and contribution guidelines. These experiences crystallized the importance of community in his mind. Development was never a lone endeavor. It was a symphony of minds, and Git was the composer's baton. Regularly, Alex would scrub through merge conflicts, sometimes feeling like an archaeologist deciphering ancient texts to reconcile the past with the present. The green squares of his GitHub contributions graph grew dense, a visual affirmation of his journey. He knew that this phase of learning version control was not just a technical endeavor. It was about weaving himself into the very fabric of the developer community. It was about becoming a thread in that tapestry, not just a crafter of code, but a builder of the modern digital world. Empower web applications from within. With Git by his side, his foundation was unshakable, his vision clear, his keyboard ready to manifest the next cascade of functions and frameworks into reality. As this chapter closed, the dawn of a new one beckoned, where server scripts and databases awaited his eager mind. Week after week, Alex's understanding of version control deepened. Each green square on his GitHub contributions graph was not just a testament to his diligence, it was a chapter in his growing development story. But beyond the aesthetics of his profile, Alex came to appreciate the bedrock importance of Git in the full-stack ecosystem. It enhanced quality control, facilitated experimentation, and most essentially, allowed him to partake in the communal dance of collaborative projects. Alex knew that behind every successful application, there was an intricate ballet of branching and merging, pull requests and code reviews. Working on open-source projects, he gained first-hand experience with the social dynamics of coding. These projects weren't just about writing elegant code, but about navigating human expectations, negotiating coding standards, and striving for collective excellence. He discovered that constructive feedback from fellow developers was invaluable, and with each suggested modification to his pull requests, he grew more adept and versatile. One pivotal event was when he was summoned by a project maintainer to resolve a particularly thorny merge conflict. The repository's history looked like a dense thicket, branches entwining and twisting. With a judicious combination of git rebase and git merge, Alex untangled the lines of development with the precision of a surgeon. This single encounter boosted his confidence enormously and solidified his reputation as a reliable contributor. Eager to give back to the community which had sharpened his skills, Alex began sharing his knowledge of Git with others. He wrote blog posts detailing troubleshooting tips for common problems, recorded tutorials on advanced branching strategies, and even hosted live Q&A sessions on code management. His passion for Git turned him into a mentor for other burgeoning developers who frequented his social media feeds seeking guidance. To Alex, every Git push was not simply a transfer of data. It was a dispatch of craftsmanship, a slice of communal intellect heading out into the digital domain. He knew that each contribution he made was a thread woven into the broader fabric of software innovation. And each collaboration, each line of code reviewed and merged, was prelude to the symphony of back-end complexities he would soon face. It excited him, knowing that ahead lay the gritty intricacies of server-side scripting, database management, and RESTful API development. The world of full-stack beckoned, and Alex was ready to answer the call, armed with a refreshed understanding of the connective tissue that binds all the layers of development together. Version control with Git. Web applications from within. With Git by his side, his foundation was unshakable, his vision clear, his keyboard ready to manifest the next cascade of functions and frameworks into reality. As this chapter closed, the dawn of a new one beckoned, where server scripts and databases awaited his eager mind. Chapter 9. The Synchrony of Code. Git at the heart of collaboration. His mastery over Git not only fortified his own code against the entropy of change, but it also connected Alex with a world much larger than the one he saw through his dual monitors. The digital tapestry into which he wove his code was not just comprised of his threads, but those of countless other developers, each contributing to a pattern far greater than any single person could envision. This understanding naturally steered Alex into the realms of collaboration. He found himself often at the crossroads of collaborative projects, pulling requests from one repository, pushing commits to another. The flow of code between collaborators was synchronized through the heartbeat of version control, pulsating with every merge. Open source projects were particularly transformative. Contribution to them was a dance of diplomacy and technical prowess. Alex had to navigate not just the complexities of the code, but the diverse perspectives of different developers who were all guardians of the project's integrity. Working on open source taught him the subtleties of engaging with a community, defending his approaches, accepting criticism, and appreciating the critical role of documentation and clear commit messages. Over time, Git had become second nature to him, a reflexive ally in his quest to etch his name into the annals of software development. It taught him the invaluable skill of rolling back to safer states when experiments with code turned sour, an undo button in the relentless march of progress. In guiding others, Alex learned another dimension of using Git. Teaching its complexities owned his understanding, solidifying concepts that previously seemed abstract. The adage, "to teach is to learn twice," never rang truer. By hosting webinars, creating comprehensive guides, and partaking in pair programming sessions, he distilled the essence of version control, and in doing so, became a lighthouse for up-and-comers in the tumultuous seas of development. As the chapter neared its end, Alex once again reflected on his journey. His contributions to open-source projects had not just expanded his skill set, they had fostered a sense of kinship with developers worldwide. It dawned on him that every line of code he committed was a silent conversation with an unseen colleague, a testament to the collaborative culture the world of coding had engendered. He looked forward to the next phase with a palpable excitement. Databases, server-side scripting, and RESTful APIs were all domains ripe for conquest. Just as he'd tamed the complexities of Git, Alex felt an unfaltering confidence that these new challenges would yield to his perseverance and passion. And with that, we prepare to turn the page to Alex's adventures in back-end development, where the intricacies of data and server action awaited his expanding expertise. Alex's foray into version control with Git had not only honed his technical skills, but had also woven a strong pattern of collaboration and communal learning into his budding development career. His days now started with a review of notifications from various project repositories he contributed to. Poring over pull requests, he reflected on the differing approaches developers took, gleaning insights into best practices and creative problem-solving tactics. One particular project, a web application designed to connect remote communities, had benefited greatly from Alex's knack for systematic organization. As a result of his contributions, the project had adopted a more streamlined workflow, leading to quicker feature deployments and fewer integration issues. This enhanced workflow not only meant that the application delivered value to its users more rapidly, but also allowed contributors to see the impact of their work in real time, which was greatly motivating. Alex took pride in facilitating this transformation and saw himself as a bridge between raw code potential and tangible outcomes. In his interactions with other developers, Alex became known for his patience and ability to break down complex concepts into understandable chunks. His mantra was one of encouraging exploration and embracing errors as stepping stones towards mastery. This sentiment resonated with many of his peers, who often recounted how the fear of making mistakes in a public domain had once held them back. Alex's approachable demeanor and the safe, learning-focused environment he helped foster was slowly altering the landscape of community-driven development. The ritual of daily Git commits had taught Alex an invaluable lesson. Small, consistent efforts lead to significant achievements. As he documented his journey and shared his learning experiences, he cultivated a following. New developers looked to him for guidance, while seasoned pros appreciated his fresh perspectives and technical articles dissecting complex Git scenarios. Reflecting on his accomplishments thus far, Alex realized he had unwittingly become a champion of open source. His dedication had bridged gaps, smoothed out collaborative wrinkles, and crafted robust frameworks of practice that allowed for individual growth while advancing shared goals. This realization brought both satisfaction and a thirst for more. More knowledge, more connections, and more impact. With the same zeal he brought to mastering Git, Alex geared up to delve deep into the realm of back-end development. As the chapter of version control drew to a close, another teeming with possibilities was just beginning to unfold. As any seasoned developer will tell you, the journey of education is never really complete, and for Alex, this was a mantra etched into the marrow of his professional life. His relationship with Git had transformed from that of a fledgling user, grappling with push and pull requests, to a community beacon, a testament to his dedication and the transformative power of version control systems in software development. But as he stood on the precipice of the back-end development world, he felt that familiar rush of exhilaration mixed with trepidation at the mammoth task ahead. Equipped with his robust understanding of Git, Alex knew that the intricate web of back-end development would require a similar commitment to mastering new tools, languages, and frameworks. His first foray was into server-side scripting, an essential skill that would allow him to create dynamic web applications. He carved out dedicated hours of his day, methodically working through tutorials and seeking out challenges to put his growing knowledge to the test. In tandem with honing his technical skills, Alex understood that to truly excel as a full-stack developer, he had to embrace the art of collaboration that Git so elegantly facilitated. He joined teams working on back-end projects, offering his Git expertise while absorbing the nuances of back-end development. The communal aspect of development became more pronounced, and Alex found himself not only contributing code, but also engaging in discussions about database schemas, API design, and deployment strategies, each conversation further solidifying his role as a team player. Moreover, Alex began imparting his wisdom onto others, mentoring budding developers and advocating for the use of version control in all aspects of software production. He saw his knowledge come full circle as he watched mentees rise from confusion to mastery, reinforcing his belief in the communal aspect of learning. As the back-end world unfurled before him, rich with the promise of scalable architectures and data-driven applications, Alex knew that the tools and principles of Git would remain his guiding light. The chapter of version control might have neared its end, but its lessons would continue to resonate through every line of code he wrote, every project he contributed to, and every developer he mentored. As Alex became more entrenched in the back-end landscape, his proficiency with Git became a beacon for his team. They would often find themselves turning to Alex for guidance when merge conflicts arose, or when they needed to make crucial decisions about branching strategies for new feature developments. Alex took pride in this role. He would carefully review pull requests, ensuring that code adhered not only to the project standards, but also maintained a clear history that would help any future developer who came through the repository. His meticulous approach to Git allowed his team to sidestep potential pitfalls that often plagued less disciplined developers. It wasn't long before Alex found himself in the middle of complex database management. He tackled SQL queries with the same fervor he had applied to understanding Git commands. His knowledge seemed to compound by the day, translating raw data into insightful information that drove business decisions. Paralleling his journey with Git, Alex began to appreciate the importance of database version control, ensuring that changes to the schema or data were tracked and reversible, much like source code. When it came to developing RESTful APIs, Alex saw yet another opportunity to deepen his Git prowess. He started to curate a collection of Postman requests that would go hand in hand with his repository, documenting every endpoint rigorously. This parallel documentation became vital for both testing and as a reference point for anyone integrating with the API. However, what truly marked Alex's growth during this period was his foray into open source contributions. Taking his mentor's advice to heart, he began to scout for projects on GitHub that resonated with his interests. Contributing to these projects did not just test his technical abilities, but it also introduced him to the intricacies of collaborative development across different time zones and workflows. He learned to navigate the social aspects of programming, from adhering to a project's contributing guidelines to effectively communicating with maintainers and fellow contributors. It was in these open waters that Alex not only fine-tuned his code, but also his ability to connect and create with developers worldwide. By now, Alex's daily routine saw him oscillating seamlessly between his tasks. He'd begin his mornings by checking for updates in the repositories he was involved in, reviewing any pull requests that came in overnight. Throughout the day, he'd shift from writing back-end services and managing databases to jumping onto calls with his team to troubleshoot issues or plan sprints. In the quiet hours of the evening, Alex would comb through open-source projects, sometimes submitting pull requests, other times just reading code to glean new insights. His balance of solo and collaborative work not only sharpened his skills, but also ingrained in him the essence of what it means to be a full-stack developer. Versatile and ever-evolving. As the chapter on version control closed, Alex looked toward the realms of deployment and scalability, eager to learn how the meticulous management of code bases would translate into the running of live systems. Armed with his newfound confidence and experience from collaborating on open-source projects, as well as mastery over the back-end and Git operations, Alex turned his focus towards conceptualizing his own full-stack project. The insights gained from working on real-world applications had imbued in him the essence of what it means to be a full-stack developer, versatile and ever-evolving. As the chapter on version control closed, Alex looked toward the realms of deployment and scalability, eager to learn how the meticulous management of code bases would translate into the running of live systems. Before diving headfirst into the practical components of development, Alex understood the importance of meticulous planning and the careful construction of a strong foundational concept. He began daydreaming about a project that would challenge his capabilities, yet align with his skills, something beneficial, not just to himself for learning purposes, but potentially useful to others. As the days passed, Alex's routine evolved into structured phases of planning for his project. Each morning was reserved for brainstorming and ideation. He sketched the outline of a web application that would utilize his full-stack abilities. The application would cover client-side interactions, server-side processing, and database management, encompassing the full spectrum of a typical user's experience. Afternoons were geared towards detailed planning. Alex would map out the functionality of each component, carefully considering the user interface and experience on the front end, the logic at the server level, and the data structure requirements for the database. He instinctively reached out for pen and paper, believing that this tangible act of writing solidified his commitment and clarified his thoughts. In the evenings, he would assume the role of a project manager. He developed a timeline, set realistic goals, and defined milestones. This act of detailed planning without the immediate distraction of coding allowed him to appreciate the strategic component of development. By setting sprints akin to agile methodologies, Alex simulated a real development cycle. He laid out the phases his project would undergo: concept validation, minimum viable product, MVP creation, testing, iterating, and finally, scaling. The nights were steeped in research as Alex pored over resources on software architecture, design patterns, and best practices. He learned about concepts like continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD, and how they would play a pivotal role in streamlining deployment processes. As days turned into weeks, Alex's project blueprint became more refined. He carved out time to reflect on feedback loops, understanding that the ability to adapt to change was a cornerstone of a developer's mindset. He aimed to integrate iterative improvements based on simulated user feedback, accommodating for adjustments even before a line of code was written. The strategic planning exercise had become a development cycle simulation in itself. Alex's home office became a development war room, with whiteboards filled with timelines, feature lists, and diagrams. He meticulously defined user stories, describing how a hypothetical user would interact with his application and what expectations they might have. Each story offered a puzzle piece of the overall user experience he desired to create. In simulating a software development lifecycle, Alex performed a ritual of stand-up meetings, albeit a one-person version. Every morning, he stood before his whiteboard, reviewing the previous day's progress and planning for the day's work. He reassessed priorities, considered any new feedback, questions he had gathered from forums, or contemplations during late-night research sessions, and adjusted his plans accordingly. This exercise instilled in him a sense of accountability and taught him to remain agile, ready to pivot or embrace new ideas. As weeks passed, Alex began exploring the intricacies of project management tools. He simulated a Kanban board, moving tasks between columns titled To Do, In Progress, and Done. Recognizing the importance of version control, even in theory, he created a system of documentation that resembled a repository history, delineating each step of his journey, what features he implemented, and how he hypothetically resolved bugs. Alex dove into the depths of deployment and scaling. He mapped out strategies for how his application would initially launch to a user base, predicting the trajectory of user growth and planning for the scaling of services. He asked himself critical questions. How would he handle an influx of user traffic? Which services would need to be optimized or restructured? Alex's desk became littered with notes on load balancing, content delivery networks, and database optimizations. All theoretical, of course, but vital exercises in anticipating real-world challenges. He understood full well that a full-stack developer had to envision the life cycle of an application from inception to its real-world strains. As he pretended to iterate through development phases, the line between simulation and real development began to blur. Profound insights emerged from this mock cycle, and Alex penned them in what he called his developer's diary. This diary chronicled not only his project's evolution, but also his growth as a future full-stack developer. Each iteration of planning honed his problem-solving skills, and he found clarity in the once intimidating process of bringing an application to life. One bright morning, Alex sat down at his makeshift home office, a space that had progressively become his sanctum of creativity and imagination. His developer's diary lay open beside his laptop, ready to capture the day's advancements and impediments. It was time to deliberately introduce potential setbacks into his project plan to simulate the trials of a real-world software development cycle. As he reflected on his project's infrastructure, Alex considered the challenge of a data breach scenario. He jotted down preventive measures, which included rigorous security practices and contingency plans such as regular data backups and an emergency response strategy. This hypothetical breakdown strengthened his understanding of crucial security concepts without any actual risk. Visualization and mental execution of the responses sharpened Alex's proactive thinking. Subsequently, Alex turned his mind to scalability. How would his application handle a sudden influx of users? In his diary, he outlined theories on horizontal scaling, load balancing, and the use of efficient databases to handle increased loads. The detail within his plans began to flourish, resembling the thorough considerations a seasoned developer would assemble. Time management, however, was becoming an ever-present challenge. Balancing conceptual development with studies and real-life responsibilities wasn't trivial. Alex adopted the Pomodoro technique, breaking his work into focused intervals with short breaks to maintain productivity. This personal adaptation of time management was tailored to imbue his routine with discipline, mocking the rigidity often required in a professional environment. As weeks morphed into months, Alex's personal project plans surged with complexity and adaptation. It was becoming a vast blueprint, underpinned by the principles of iterative progress that agile methodologies champion. Each challenge Alex scripted into the cycle, from user experience flaws to theoretical system overloads, refined his resilient planning acumen. Finally, after foreseeing innumerable trials, he considered the daunting notion of maintenance after launch. His diary's latest entry dealt with a plan for updates, bug fixes, and feature improvements. Concepts like continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD entered his vocabulary, and while he did not implement the technicalities, the strategic understanding of these principles rooted in his foresight. In Alex's journey, setbacks were but veiled lessons, and his simulated complexities were the stepping stones building towards mastery in full-stack development. The developer's diary wasn't just a record of plans. It had evolved into a chronicle of resilience, innovation, and the unwavering spirit of a self-taught developer reaching for the horizons of a burgeoning career. Alex pulled up a digital chair and hunkered down to confront a crucial aspect of the full-stack development journey: garnering user feedback and ensuring market fit. Like a method actor relentlessly pursuing authenticity, he dove into the mindset of a user, attempting to simulate the real-world experience of receiving, processing, and implementing feedback. He knew that understanding user needs and desires was paramount in shaping a successful product. Without actual users, he turned to online resources, absorbing the stories of real-world user testing and feedback cycles, synthesizing a quasi-reality from this secondhand experience. He crafted imaginary user personas: Claire, the tech-savvy entrepreneur; Omar, the casual browser with a keen eye for design; and Maria, the pragmatic office manager looking for efficiency. Each persona brought with them a set of expectations and needs for Alex's project. He meticulously journaled the imagined feedback each might give on his virtual creation, detailing their frustrations, their delights, and their desires for new features or changes. With this fictitious data in hand, he began the next stage: responding and iterating. Alex learned to pivot, not with the knee-jerk reactions of a novice, but with the measured thought of a seasoned developer. His project plan now included a feedback loop where he would review user comments, prioritize them based on urgency and importance, and then reincorporate them into his development queue. This cycle, while imagined, was rigorously documented, from the way he sorted user stories to adjust timelines and resource allocations. He included provisions for A/B testing different solutions to the same problem, even though he wouldn't be able to test them empirically. Through this exercise, Alex was not only honing his skills in responding to user feedback, but also in anticipating it. He considered market trends, usability standards, and accessibility guidelines, integrating them into his project. He challenged himself to think beyond the code, to the very essence of problem-solving and user satisfaction. Alex's developer's diary was no longer just about the technical side of development. It had matured, much like its author, into a comprehensive reflection of all facets of the full-stack journey. By the end of this exercise, Alex had a simulated product ready for a simulated launch. But before he took that leap, he knew he had one more critical area to consider: staying agile and adaptable for the future iterations that his project would inevitably undergo. He began outlining strategies for incorporating user feedback post-launch, knowing that the real test of a developer's mettle was not just in the creation, but also in the maintenance and evolution of a project. As he confronted these new challenges, he realized that the developer's diary had become more than a journal. It was a testament to his unyielding commitment to becoming a full-stack developer, one simulated challenge at a time. Moved by this realization, Alex penned a reflective entry in his diary, one that captured the essence of his journey thus far and prepared him for the steps yet to come. Alex sat back in his chair and considered the next crucial phase, outlining a methodology for continuous integration and continuous deployment, CI/CD. He pulled up a blank document on his computer and titled it Simulated Launch Playbook. In it, he would detail every step of his project's lifecycle, beyond the coding and initial simulation. The first section was dedicated to the concept of continuous integration. Alex wrote about the importance of incorporating small pieces of work frequently into the project, which allowed for early detection of clashes and synergies within the different components of his application. Although he was working alone, he detailed how he would simulate a collaborative environment using version control systems. Even as a solo developer, it was vital to adhere to best practices that would enable multiple contributors to work seamlessly on the same codebase. He imagined splitting tasks into branches, initiating pull requests, and performing code reviews as if a team surrounded him. Next, Alex explained continuous deployment, where any code that passed the automated tests would be deployed to the production environment automatically. This would ensure that his simulated users always had access to the latest features and fixes, closely mimicking the agile workflows of successful tech companies. He mapped out how he'd simulate user feedback loops to refine and adjust the project post-launch, underscoring the dynamism of a live environment. Further down in the document, he covered iteration planning. He would divide his work into 2-week sprints, setting clear goals for what would be accomplished in each cycle. To measure the success of each sprint, he established a list of key performance indicators that would gauge the simulated project's health and user satisfaction. Though the users were fictional, the metrics were real. Load times, bug counts, feature usage, these would all be scrutinized in his post-mortem analyses. Lastly, Alex explored the philosophies of refactoring and addressing technical debt. He planned to evaluate his codebase intermittently, ensuring that he prioritized maintainability and scalability. By documenting these evaluations, he would create a reference of issues and improvements that could be addressed in subsequent sprints. This rigor in the face of evolving project needs meant that when the time came for real-world applications, Alex would be well prepared to handle them. With a final flourish, Alex completed his simulated launch playbook. It was not only a plan, but a symbol of the structured and methodical approach that he was cultivating, an approach that promised to stand him in good stead in the unpredictable tides of tech industry. He saved the document and leaned back once more, feeling a sense of pride mixed with anticipation. The virtual ribbon cutting for his project's launch was on the horizon, and he was almost ready to witness his creation come to life in a simulated production environment. Alex reviewed his simulated launch playbook with meticulous care. The document now served as a roadmap for the final phase of his full-stack project, performance and scale. He considered the framework he had chosen and its limits, pondering how real-world scenarios could push his application to its breaking point and what he could learn from that. With a fresh page in his notebook, Alex started jotting down hypothetical milestones of user growth. At each milestone, he would need to assess the application's performance and make necessary optimizations. He wrote down 100 users, 500 users, 1,000 users, and so on, imagining a world where his project's popularity soared. It was an exercise in foresight, anticipating the bottlenecks that could arise at each stage of scaling. To mimic real-world stress tests, Alex explored various tools and services that could simulate high traffic and analyze performance metrics. He was particularly keen on understanding the thresholds of his system, where the response time started to degrade or where database queries became a bottleneck. He decided he would integrate these tests into his weekly routine, always on a lookout for the slightest hiccup that's indicative of a deeper issue. While it could be tempting to dive headfirst into all features and expansions he could think of, Alex knew the value of restraint. He was aware of a critical balance that had to be maintained between adding new functionalities and ensuring that the existing system could handle the increased load. In his mind, he viewed his project as a finely tuned engine that needed regular checks and tweaks. Every morning, he dedicated time to go over the performance reports from the previous day's tests. Afternoons were for researching optimization strategies and best practices. And by evening, he would draft a list of tasks for the next day, ensuring that each session of work pushed his project closer to that perfect equilibrium of innovation and stability. As the days went by, Alex's project underwent multiple simulated launches. Each iteration brought about a better understanding of how his full-stack application would behave under pressure. He chronicled every test, every optimization, and each decision in his playbook, building a comprehensive resource that mirrored the fluctuations of a product in a live environment. As weeks melded into months, Alex's dedication to his full-stack project never wavered. With the simulated stress tests completed and data collected, he now sat before his workstation, surrounded by scatterplots, response time graphs, and long lists of optimization techniques. It was time to analyze and reflect on his findings. With a meticulous eye, Alex began correlating performance bottlenecks to specific portions of his application stack. First, he addressed the database queries. Some of them had performed adequately during the stress tests, while others had become significant performance hogs. Without writing a line of code, he rerouted the flow of his thoughts to database indexing and schema designs that would enhance query efficiency. He made detailed notes on possible restructuring plans that should, according to his research, alleviate the pressure during high load times. After scrutinizing the back-end interactions, he turned his attention to the front end. The user interface, particularly important in user retention, had to be both intuitive and responsive. Alex hypothesized that implementing a lazy loading strategy could improve the perceived speed for end users. He sketched out wireframes, imagining how users might interact with his application differently if content were prioritized and delivered as needed rather than in one large, overwhelming bundle. Alex recognized that his environment was not perfectly representative of real-world scenarios, but simulations like these were crucial in preempting pitfalls. He contemplated the invaluable experience gained thus far and documented strategies for ongoing monitoring and performance fine-tuning that could extend well into the production phase. This process of iterative improvement took shape as a cycle on his whiteboard. Assess, plan, simulate, reflect, optimize. The days had merged into a seamless cadence of problem-solving and learning. As he finalized his review process, oriented more than ever towards a lean and agile workflow, Alex decided to imbue his development cycle with continuous integration, a practice he had read about but now understood the importance of firsthand. Planning for this, he drafted a new section in his playbook on setting up a continuous integration pipeline, detailing every aspect from automated testing to deployment strategies in a no-code format. Eventually, his project plan resembled nothing less than a tapestry, woven with insights and aspirations. It was living proof of his evolution from a nascent coder to a strategic thinker, capable of navigating the complexities of full-stack development. By the end of this chapter in his journey, Alex felt he had not only simulated a development cycle, but had also simulated growth of his project, his skills, and his confidence as a developer. As Alex gazed upon the detailed plans and efforts documented vividly across the whiteboard, his mind turned from the static world of planning to the dynamic realm of execution. He understood that without coding, his project still required a tangible structure. Echoing from the pages of his research, he decided to meticulously outline the life cycle of his full-stack project, paying attention to features, user stories, and the tech stack he intended to use. He began by writing down the core functionalities his application would boast. He sketched user interaction flows, outlining how an individual might navigate through the app, from landing page to closure of a session. Each aspect was thought through: security, usability, and how server responses would impact user experience. Next, Alex recognized the importance of setting milestones. He plotted a roadmap with deliverable versions of his project: minimum viable product, MVP, beta release, and various updates post-launch. With each version, he imagined how he would gather user feedback and iterate, reflecting real-world development practices. Time management was Alex's next endeavor. He drafted a personal schedule, prioritizing tasks, allowing for learning new technologies, and ensuring regular reviews of progress. He incorporated agile methodologies like sprints and retrospectives that would enable him to adapt his plan to unforeseen challenges or new insights. Finally, before cementing his plan on the whiteboard, Alex pondered the prospect of integrating continuous integration. He envisioned a system where every change could be tested automatically, enhancing efficiency and reliability. He sketched diagrams representing version control branches merging into master after successful checks, cementing his understanding of industry standard practices. With these comprehensive strategies in place, Alex stepped back and looked at the whiteboard. His project had transformed from a mere idea to a living, breathing prototype in the absence of code. It was a preparatory success, a primer for the real code that would soon follow. At the chapter's end, Alex felt deeply satisfied, having created a blueprint for a robust full-stack application without writing a single line of code. He had navigated through hypothetical problems and found theoretical solutions, preparing him for what lay ahead. The emotional journey, from initial doubt to firm conviction in his plan, was evident in the confident curve of his smile as he wiped the whiteboard clean, ready for the next stage of his journey into soft skills. Alex had always perceived coding as the beating heart of software development, but as he soon discovered, writing code was only one aspect of the complex organism that is full-stack development. The world beyond the text editor beckoned with a suite of equally vital skills: non-coding aspects that included product testing, bug fixing, and refining user experiences. Alex knew it was time to embrace a test-driven development mindset, even though he hadn't yet written a single line of code for his project. He began by studying the principles of various types of testing. Unit testing, he learned, was like scrutinizing each piece of a clock. Integration testing, then, was ensuring those pieces worked together seamlessly. System testing was like evaluating the clock as a whole, while acceptance testing was akin to ensuring it told the time in a way users would understand and appreciate. Alex also dove into the concepts of continuous integration and delivery, understanding that regular testing and integration of code changes could lead to fewer bugs and lower stress when deploying new features or fixes. He read case studies and stories from experienced developers about the importance of establishing a reliable release pipeline, and he drafted a basic testing strategy for his future project. One Saturday morning, armed with just a pen and a stack of sticky notes, he simulated a testing process on the wall of his room. On each note, he scribbled a hypothetical feature or function, which he then tested by walking through its intended behavior. This was not only a lesson in the functionality of his future application, but also in the soft skills of communication, as he found himself explaining aloud, as if to a teammate, why each test was designed as it was. As weeks turned into months, Alex regularly visited developer forums and contributed to discussions on troubleshooting techniques and refining user experiences. He gradually learned the delicate art of weighing technical perfection against practical usability. The insight from fellow developers helped him understand that imperfections are inevitable, but the key lies in rapidly addressing user concerns and continuously polishing the product. One evening, after a particularly revealing conversation with a seasoned developer online, Alex realized the value of empathy in software development. User experience wasn't just about cool features or a lack of bugs. It was about making the user feel understood and catered to. He pondered this as he revisited his project outline, marking sections where user feedback would be especially critical. It was a defining moment in his journey, transforming his approach from developer-centered to user-oriented. The emotional journey continued as Alex, once solely focused on code, now understood the symphony of skills necessary for full-stack development. Alex's foray into the non-coding aspects of full-stack development did not end with his appreciation for testing and user experience design. He soon realized that creating impeccable software went beyond writing code and squashing bugs. It embraced a comprehensive suite of soft skills that, when fostered, had the potential to exponentially increase the value of his technical expertise. As he read with growing fascination, Alex learned that communication was not just about conveying information. It was about being understood and understanding others. It was a dance of articulation and active listening. An essential skill not only in deciphering user needs, but also in collaborating with peers and stakeholders. So, Alex joined online forums not just as a spectator, but as an active participant. He asked thoughtful questions, provided feedback on shared projects, and engaged in technical discussions. This cultivated his technical vocabulary and honed his capacity to express complex technical ideas in simpler terms. Teamwork was another soft skill Alex came to appreciate. In the development field, individual brilliance often pales in comparison to the synergetic force of a well-coordinated team. Alex recognized that full-stack development was akin to being in a band. Every member has a vital part to play, and understanding each other's roles can turn a cacophony of individual tasks into a harmonious product launch. To practice this, Alex joined a local developers group and started collaborating on community projects. Lastly, project management was integral to mounting successful software. Alex devoured articles and webinars on agile methodologies, Scrum, and task prioritization techniques. He learned how to break down large projects into manageable segments, create timelines, and set realistic milestones. As he engaged with these concepts, he began to treat his own learning path as a project with its distinct phases and timelines. Alex started setting SMART, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound goals for his learning, aligning them with his ambition to become a full-stack developer. It was in this explorative stage that he started using a digital Kanban board, a visual project management tool, to organize his learning goals and projects. This not only kept him on track, but allowed him to visually map his journey, including the soft-skilled milestones needed to round out his skill set. Revisiting his project outline through this new lens, Alex saw opportunities where his improved communication, teamwork, and project management skills could drive a project forward. One such opportunity was an upcoming hackathon intended to develop solutions for local businesses. It was a perfect testing ground for both his technical and soft skills. Alex applied to join the event with a resolve to leverage every bit of his ever-expanding developer toolkit. Days before the hackathon, Alex dedicated hours to studying and mentally preparing for the kinds of non-coding tasks developers often face. In order to test software thoroughly, Alex had learned that it wasn't enough to just write code. A full-stack developer must also adopt a meticulous approach to finding and resolving defects. This meant developing a test-driven mindset, where writing tests for code became just as routine as the coding itself. He mapped out the different types of testing he would need to be familiar with. There was unit testing, for highly focused tests on individual functions or components. Integration testing, meant to evaluate how different pieces of the application worked together. And system testing, a holistic checkup to ensure everything meshed seamlessly from end to end. User acceptance testing was particularly important, as it would align the software with the real-world needs and expectations of end users. Alex also explored the distinctions between manual and automated testing, realizing the efficiency that tools like Selenium or Jest could bring into the process. He created a sandbox project to practice setting up tests and using these tools to understand not just how they worked, but when and why to use them. The local hackathon would be a microcosm of the professional environment, Alex knew. He would have to demonstrate an ability not just to write clean, functional code, but to critically evaluate and test each component, to find and fix bugs before they became issues for users, and above all, to maintain a user-centric mindset, continually asking how the experience could be refined and improved. The night before the hackathon, Alex laid out his plan. He would apply a hybrid testing strategy, using automated tests for repetitive, clearly defined scenarios, and reserving manual testing for complex, user-centric aspects where intuition was still king. The day would be a complex ballet of writing code, testing, and refining based on real user feedback, all to be conducted within the crucible of a ticking clock and the competitive spirit of fellow developers. He fell asleep with his strategy notes next to him, a mantra circulating in his mind: test, refine, collaborate, and communicate. These were the pillars that would hold up his work in the coming challenge and ultimately his career as a developer. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the curtains, Alex awoke with a sense of purpose. Today was the day of the hackathon, the crucible, in which he would test all his preparation and training as an aspiring full-stack developer. The mantra from the night before still echoed in his mind as he repeated to himself: test, refine, collaborate, and communicate. He felt ready, armed not with code, but with a comprehensive approach to solving problems, an approach that was as methodical as it was dynamic. Alex began the day by reviewing his notes on testing. He reflected on the different types of tests crucial to any software development process, understanding the hierarchy that starts with unit tests, encompassing small and isolated pieces of code, then scaling to integration tests, and finally, acceptance tests to ensure a product met the business requirements. Although he wouldn't be writing code today, grasping the theory behind these tests was indispensable. It was, after all, a line of defense against future bugs and part of the craft of creating polished and user-centric products. Next, Alex delved into the importance of a test-driven development, TDD mindset. TDD, a concept that hinges on writing tests before even writing the functional code, was a paradigm shift. It prioritized quality from the get-go and made bugs less of an occurrence and more of a rarity. He retread the benefits, how TDD could lead to a clearer, more maintainable code structure, and how it forced developers to think through the design and edge cases beforehand. It required disciplined foresight, a skill Alex was determined to assimilate fully. As he mused on these principles, Alex considered the subjective side of product quality, the user experience, UX. Delighting users wasn't just about bug-free software. It was about intuitive design and enjoyable interaction. He read up on best practices for UX design and how, even as a developer, he could adopt a user-oriented mindset. In the hours leading up to the hackathon, Alex rehearsed how he would apply this user-first approach while discussing ideas and during the problem-solving stages. Alex recognized that despite the solitude of his current preparation, collaboration and communication would be essential during the hackathon. He jotted down key phrases and language that could help foster a productive and inclusive team environment. He also contemplated the role that emotional intelligence played in the world of development, acknowledging that being perceptive to his peers' ideas and stressors could elevate the team's overall performance. As the hackathon drew closer, Alex's spirits were high. He had moved beyond the world of pure code, immersing himself in the interconnected web of skills that would soon be at play. The challenge ahead was no longer a distant concept, but an imminent reality, one that he was eager to engage with wholeheartedly. With his mantra as his guide and a holistic view of development in his arsenal, Alex stepped out the door, ready to transform his burgeoning skills into tangible success. On the eve of the hackathon, Alex's excitement was palpable. He reviewed his strategies, focusing especially on the non-coding aspects that often decide the fate of a finished product. Alex knew that the quality of the software was not solely defined by its code base, but also by the experience it offered to users and how well it met their needs. From his notes, he traced the outline of a plan that would guide his hackathon team toward a product that was as bug-free as possible without sacrificing the user experience. The hackathon began in a flurry of activity. Alex's team, comprised of a diverse group of programmers, designers, and product managers, quickly bonded over their shared passion. Alex advocated for a test-driven development, TDD, approach from the start, emphasizing its importance in creating robust software. By outlining the types of testing, unit, integration, system, and acceptance, Alex explained how they were interconnected and fundamental to delivering a refined final product. His team nodded in agreement, keen on adopting a methodical mindset. As code snippets turned into features and isolated functionalities began to blend into a cohesive product, the team took stock of progress. Alex led the charge in orchestrating a structured bug triage, positioning himself at the intersection of coding and testing. Prioritizing the bugs based on their impact on functionality and user experience, Alex and his team systematically addressed each issue. Their collaborative efforts brought an otherwise tedious process to life, transforming bug fixes into learning moments and points of iteration. Throughout the event, Alex's insights on refining the user experience became evident. He provided thoughtful feedback on the user interface, ensuring that the design was intuitive and accessible. The team created prototypes, ran them through usability tests, and refined them based on user feedback, making sure that the voice of the user was always present. Alex championed the user's perspective, pushing for changes that, while sometimes seemingly small, cumulatively elevated the overall quality of the product. In these final hours of the hackathon, every adjustment felt amplified under the pressure of the deadline. The team's adaptability and dedication were palpable as they ironed out the last wrinkles, ensuring that every feature was polished, every user path was logical, and every button click led to the anticipated outcome. Alex, with his notes on non-coding aspects guiding him, was a beacon of calm in the storm. The challenge ahead was no longer a distant concept but an imminent reality, one that he was eager to engage with wholeheartedly. With his mantra as his guide and a holistic view of development in his arsenal, Alex stepped out the door, ready to transform his burgeoning skills into tangible success. The buzz of the hackathon was palpable as Alex and his team hunched over their keyboards, eyes darting between lines of code and the project goals scribbled on a whiteboard. It was an orchestra of clicking keys and low murmurs, punctuated occasionally by a soft exclamation of discovery or the slap of a high five. The product they were refining was more than a mere application. It was a testament to their combined efforts in understanding the non-coding nuances of software development. Alex had always known that a full-stack developer's work goes far beyond writing code, but in these moments, as he coordinated the non-coding aspects of product testing, locating and addressing bugs, and enhancing the user experience, UX, that knowledge was made tangible. Each team member rotated through various roles. One moment, Alex was poring over feedback reports, empathizing with users, and the next, he was discussing with his teammate how a certain bug fix would influence the overall UX. They were not just building a product, they were cultivating an experience. Their test-driven development approach had them writing tests for even the smallest units of code, anticipating potential flaws before they emerged. Expect the unexpected, an axiom that Alex now appreciated more than ever, was in full swing as they simulated environments for stress, load, and usability testing. Often, a member would play devil's advocate, challenging assumptions and pushing for an interface that even a novice could navigate with ease. As the deadline inched closer, the team's focus shifted more definitively towards polish and precision. Alex noted how earlier emphasis on testing was paying dividends now. Bugs were fewer and further between, and when they did crop up, they were quashed quickly, thanks to their systematic approach and comprehensive test coverage. In these final hours, with the clock ticking down, the atmosphere was a mix of tension and exhilaration. The acme of their endeavor was upon them, and the culmination of their hard work was about to be scrutinized. It was a moment of truth that would either validate their strategies or send them back to the drawing board. For Alex, it was a rite of passage. The crossing of a threshold from theory into practice, from uncertainty into capability. The clock hands aligned, signaling the end of development and the beginning of presentations. Alex felt a surge of pride as his team nodded to each other, acknowledging their solidarity. It was time to unveil their creation and to face whatever came next with the confidence of a well-tested product and the invaluable experience they had gained. With every passing moment, the once relaxed room transformed into an electric hive of anticipation. Teams huddled around their laptops, making last-minute adjustments and rehearsing their pitches. Alex's team was no exception. They ran through their demo one final time, ensuring the narrative of their presentation flowed as smoothly as the user experience they'd crafted. The non-coding aspects of their project, the user interface designs, the meticulous bug tracking, and the test cases were as crucial to their success as the lines of code that underpinned it all. Alex had insisted on incorporating user feedback loops, setting up surveys, and running usability tests with real users in the weeks leading up to the hackathon. This dedication to the user experience had informed every decision, every feature refinement. It was a test-driven development mindset come to life, blossoming into a product that was both functional and delightful to use. As the time for presentations drew near, Alex's thoughts briefly wandered to the strategies they had employed. They had integrated automated testing tools early into the development process, which ran a gamut of tests on every new build. They also engaged in continuous integration to ensure that integration bugs were caught and addressed immediately. Manual exploratory testing sessions had unveiled unexpected use cases that they then translated into automated tests. It was a rigorous, comprehensive approach that had elevated their product beyond the typical hackathon fare. And then the moment arrived. Alex's team was called to the stage. The crowd's murmur faded to a hush as they began their demonstration. Alex felt the culmination of their efforts. The countless refactoring sessions and the relentless pursuit of excellence were all distilled into this moment. The product, once just a seed of an idea, was now before an audience, its features, its sleek design, its user centricity on full display. As the presentation came to a close, there were nods of approval and murmurs of interest from the crowd. They had done it. They had built something potent, something compelling, born out of a philosophy that demanded the highest quality at every turn. As the judges deliberated, Alex and the team exhaled the breath they didn't realize they'd been holding. No matter the outcome, they knew they had accomplished something remarkable. They had pushed the boundaries of what could be achieved in such a limited time frame, and had done so with a finesse that only thorough testing and user experience consideration could afford. It was a testament to the value of the non-coding facets of full-stack development, a lesson Alex knew would serve them well beyond this hackathon. As Alex stood beside their teammates, their eyes locked onto the small raised stage where the judges were gathered, murmurs and whispers knitted through the crowd. This was the moment of truth. But regardless of the outcome, Alex was already sifting through the rich learnings of the last few days, particularly pondering on the impending complexities of deploying an application. Next to Alex, Jamie leaned over. Win or lose, we've got to level up on deployment strategies, server configurations, domain registrations, the works. Alex nodded in agreement, envisioning the steps ahead. Server setup was the skeleton of deployment, the necessary groundwork upon which applications came to life on the internet. Alex knew it involved configuring the operating system, installing necessary software, and ensuring security measures were in place. They imagined themselves studying the differences between Windows and Linux servers and learning about various web servers like Nginx and Apache. The domain name would be the digital address, where users would find their application. Alex contemplated the importance of choosing a relevant, memorable name and the process of purchasing it through a domain registrar. They recognized how it could significantly impact brand identity and user recall. Then there was hosting, deciding on the right hosting provider, comparing virtual private servers, VPS, shared, dedicated, and cloud hosting options, and balancing cost with performance needs. Continuous integration is another beast. Sam, another teammate, chimed in. It's all about making life simpler by automating the integration and deployment process so we can focus on building features, not fixing bugs. Alex could almost see themselves setting up pipelines, hooking up version control repositories to automated build systems, and learning about deployment tools that ensure smooth transitions from development to production. As the judges took to the stage, visibly ready to make the announcement, everyone in the hall held their breath. Alex's gaze didn't waver from the stage, but their mind was racing ahead to the realms of operations and how integral it would be to not just create, but sustain and evolve a software application. The announcement would mark an end to the hackathon, But for Alex, it was just the beginning of a learning curve that would require them to delve deep into the operational side of a full-stack developer's world. The murmur of anticipation circulated through the room as Alex and their teammates waited with bated breath. Already, Alex was tapping away on their laptop, skimming through articles on server types, virtual private servers, VPS, shared hosting, dedicated servers, and the intricacies of cloud platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, and Microsoft Azure. In the back of Alex's mind, they made a mental checklist of the skills they would need to acquire, understanding that the success of an application is as dependent on its deployment as it is on its creation. The host finally took to the stage, and Alex closed their laptop. The announcement echoed in the hall, and the winner of the hackathon is... A dramatic pause captivated the audience before the name of another team sliced through the suspense. Alex's team did not win. Disappointed yet gracious, the team applauded their peers, turning inward to reflect on their journey. The reality of not winning did little to dissuade Alex. They knew victory in a hackathon was momentary, but the pursuit of a career as a full-stack developer was a marathon, not a sprint. During the next few days, Alex devoted their time to setting up a learning environment. They leveraged free tiers of various cloud platforms, explored domain registration sites, compared hosting services, and consumed content on server management and application deployment. This tactical approach was Alex's first step into the world of DevOps. Alex also began learning about continuous integration, CI, and continuous deployment, CD, signing up for tutorials and watching live streams of developers pushing their commits, running tests, and deploying updates seamlessly. They played around with tools like Jenkins, GitHub Actions, and GitLab CI, knowing these would be crucial in establishing a workflow that ensured the stability and efficiency of any application they would build or maintain in the future. This is it, thought Alex, as they mapped out a schedule for the weeks ahead dedicated to mastering the operational facets of software development. It's all about maintaining momentum, staying disciplined, and continuously learning. Alex began by exploring different hosting services. They understood that deployment begins with finding a place on the internet for your application to live. There were various options, from shared hosting practices that were budget-friendly to dedicated servers that provided greater control and resources. Each had its benefits and detriments, and as they pored over articles and documentation, Alex came to appreciate that the right choice depended heavily on the application's requirements and the expected traffic. In depth, Alex studied the pros and cons of virtual private servers, VPS, managed and unmanaged hosting, and even dipped their toes into the world of cloud services like AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud. These big names offered scalable resources and a plethora of advanced services. But Alex also knew that these could be overwhelming and potentially expensive for an individual just starting. It wasn't just about getting the application online. It was also about securing a domain name that was both relevant and memorable. Alex found a domain registrar and carefully selected a domain name that resonated with the purpose of their project. They read up on DNS management, learned how to point their domain to their chosen hosting service, and realized that these were crucial steps in making an application accessible to the public. Alex knew that modern software development emphasized automation and simplicity. Continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD platforms such as Jenkins, GitLab CI, and GitHub Actions became their new playground. They recognized that by automating the deployment process, they could save hours of manual work, decrease the chances of human error, and ensure that their application was always up to date with the latest changes in code. Setting up a basic CI/CD pipeline was challenging at first. Alex tinkered with configuration files, set up build triggers, and stumbled more than once while getting their application to automatically deploy after every commit they made. But with persistence and troubleshooting, they began to relish the sight of a green build indicator that signaled their successful integration of changes. As the days turned into weeks, Alex's knowledge grew exponentially. They encountered struggles with server outages and domain issues, but resolved each with a growing sense of confidence. They celebrated small victories, like a successful domain propagation and the first time their automated pipeline worked without a hitch. Seemingly mundane tasks, like setting up SSL certificates for secure HTTPS connections and optimizing server configurations for better performance, became victories for Alex in this complex world of operations. Each step was a lesson, every challenge a quiz, and the mounting experience a continuation of their story toward becoming a full-fledged, full-stack developer. Their website, once an idea, was now a tangible entity, accessible from anywhere in the world, its uptime dutifully monitored, its deployment process sleek and automated. It was a testament to their diligence and the structured approach they had taken toward mastery. This journey through operations and deployment has been more than a learning curve. It's been a transformation, thought Alex. They now comprehended how each piece fit into the larger puzzle of application development, and they had a renewed respect for the unseen work that kept software reliably available to users around the world. The adventure continues, Alex mused, with each day bringing new challenges to overcome and new knowledge to gain. The invigorating scent of freshly brewed coffee wafted through Alex's workspace as the morning sun broke into the room. It was a day like any other, with Alex poised before the glowing screen, ready to tackle the mountainous task of deploying an application. After acquainting themselves with the rudiments of server setup, domains, and hosting, Alex was now stepping into the realm of continuous integration, CI. The determination in their eyes was palpable, a mixture of nerve and enthusiasm guiding their ascent into this uncharted territory. Today's task was daunting but essential: to set up a CI pipeline that would automatically test and deploy the code they pushed to their repository. Alex started with researching the best CI tools available and decided on one that seamlessly integrated with their version control system. Building the pipeline required a balance of patience and precision as Alex meticulously scripted each job to build the application, run tests, and deploy successful builds to the hosting server. As the pieces of the CI puzzle fell into place, they realized that automation was more than a convenience. It was a pillar of modern software development, cementing quality and efficiency into the heart of the process. Amidst this progress, Alex encountered the inevitable: their first failed build. Diagnosing problems within the CI pipeline became a test of resolve as Alex dove into logs, untangled dependencies, and optimized build scripts. With each failure came a lesson learned, and with each corrected error, Alex's pipeline and confidence grew stronger. At the end of one particularly challenging day, Alex reflected on how far they had come. CI was no longer a daunting acronym, but a trusted ally in the quest for reliable deployments. Their application, once confined to a local development environment, was now being shared with the world, sprouting roots in the fertile soil of the internet through the domain they had chosen. But Alex knew better than to rest on their laurels. More advanced operational challenges lay ahead, and they were eager to meet them. Tomorrow, Alex thought, I'll scale this mountain further. High traffic will be my proving ground, and I shall be the gatekeeper, ensuring performance and security against anyone who dares to threaten the sanctity of my digital creation. With a satisfied sigh, they shut down their computer, the day's achievements etching a smile across their weary face. As the dusk of a new day settled in, Alex found themselves at a crossroads of digital paths. With their application now smoothly functioning in the hands of the few, the knowledge that tomorrow could usher in a deluge of users loomed over the horizon. It was time to face the inevitability of high traffic and its myriad challenges. The next morning, fortified with fresh resolve and a steaming cup of coffee, Alex began researching load balancing techniques. Their goal was clear: enable their application to distribute incoming network traffic across multiple servers to ensure no single server would be overwhelmed, thereby increasing reliability and performance. As they meticulously consumed articles and tutorials, Alex implemented a new feature in their continuous integration pipeline, a script that simulated user requests to test server load capacity. Day by day, with gradual adjustments, the symphony of servers began to harmonize, singing a tune of efficiency and stability. But with great power came great responsibility, and Alex knew the fortress they had built needed to be fortified. Cybersecurity was no longer a distant concept in some hacker movie. It had become a tangible, essential aspect of their work. Poring over security practices, Alex invested hours in setting up firewalls, incorporating security headers, and establishing an SSL/TLS protocol to ensure encrypted connections. They absorbed the principles of least privilege, role-based access control, and data encryption at rest and in transit. No stone was left unturned. Every potential vulnerability was scrutinized and sealed. The week rolled on, and Alex's application faced its first trial by traffic. A surge in users descended upon the digital gates, but the preparations held firm. Load balancers dispersed the influx, servers hummed contentedly under the weight, and not a single byte of data was left exposed to the shadowy reaches of cyberspace. Alex breathed a sigh of relief. The application stood unyielding. They scribbled notes to themselves: monitor, analyze, optimize, knowing that this was an ongoing journey of incremental improvements and constant vigilance. The sun dipped below the horizon once more, and Alex marveled at the resilience in the code they had woven. They recognized that every line was not just syntax, but a story of problem-solving and growth. The digital landscape was ever-shifting, and they were its zealous student, ready to adapt and prosper. As dawn painted the sky with streaks of orange and crimson, Alex, enthralled in the dance of creation, contemplated the next crucial steps: deploying the application for the world to experience. Choosing the right hosting platform was critical. Would they go for a platform as a service, PaaS, like Heroku, a container orchestration service like Kubernetes, or lean on the robustness of cloud providers such as AWS, Google Cloud, or Azure? Alex stayed up late into the night, research pouring over comparisons and weighing the balance of cost, scalability, and ease of use. The choice ultimately fell on a cloud provider that offered precise control and scalability options, as Alex envisioned a future where millions would rely on their digital creation. Armed with tutorials and forums, Alex delved into server setup. They closely followed the guidelines, meticulously configuring servers, setting environment variables, and ensuring security measures were in place. It was a ritual as methodical as it was necessary, crafting a robust fortress to house their online presence. Domain registration was up next, a signal to the world of their application's identity. With each keystroke, Alex secured a unique name that resonated with the core of the application's purpose, bringing it to life in the digital expanse. Meticulously, they connected the newly acquired domain to their hosting service, venturing through DNS settings and SSL certificates, ensuring secure and reliable access. The deployment wasn't complete without considering continuous integration, CI, and continuous deployment, CD. To Alex, it was like setting a heartbeat to their application. With each change, the CI/CD pipeline would test, build, and deploy their updates, ensuring the lifeblood of their creation flowed uninterrupted. Tooling around with Jenkins and exploring GitHub Actions, Alex configured workflows that would not only automate the deployment, but would ensure that every feature and bug fix pushed to the repository would seamlessly integrate into the live environment. Deploying wasn't just about putting code on a server. It was a process that required vigilance, a readiness to react to any scenario that might threaten the stability or security of their environment. As they wrapped up the day's work, Alex pondered the satisfaction of ticking off the checklist: server provisioned, domain pointed, SSL certified, and CI/CD pipelines churning away. It was a day that transformed their once encapsulated project into a structure standing proud in the digital expanse, signaling not an end, but a beginning of a journey that promised continuous evolution. Night once again crept over the horizon, casting a blanket of stars over an exhausted yet exhilarated Alex. Drifting off to sleep, they dreamed of users interacting with the fabric of their application, of a community growing and thriving through the avenues they had built. The journey from novice to a full-stack developer, from concept to deployment, had been arduous yet deeply fulfilling. At that moment, Alex knew that the experiences of tomorrow awaited eagerly, like uninitialized variables ready to be assigned stories of their own. As Alex took stock of their newfound position, they couldn't help but reflect on the subtleties of the deployment phase that had recently consumed their days. The act of taking something from a local environment and making it available for the world to see had been nothing short of magical. A crucial part of this process had been understanding server management. Alex had chosen a virtual private server, VPS, for its balance of control and cost efficiency. They had familiarized themselves with operating system basics, command line tools, and the nuances of server security. Alex had also learned to manage server resources, understanding how RAM, CPU, and bandwidth contributed to the user experience. Moreover, they had mastered the art of monitoring server health with tools like Nagios and Prometheus to preempt potential issues. The domain name was another chapter in their story. Alex opted for a name that was both memorable and reflective of the application's purpose. They had to learn about the domain name system, DNS, and the way domains and subdomains could be directed towards IP addresses of their servers. Hosting services were a territory full of choices. Initially overwhelmed by options, Alex took a methodical approach, evaluating providers on uptime, customer support, and scalability options before committing. Hosting became a decision based not just on current needs, but on anticipated future growth. Perhaps the keystone of Alex's deployment journey had been the implementation of a continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD pipeline. This had automated much of the previously manual process of testing, building, and deploying their application. Through this, Alex embraced the deploy early, deploy often philosophy, ensuring a constant feedback loop with users and a proactive approach to application improvement. The CI/CD pipeline became the heartbeat of their operations, a sign that their system was alive and evolving. These sections represented the final strokes of a masterpiece that was Alex's foray into full-stack development. The image of code seamlessly transitioning from ideation to a living, breathing product in the hands of users gave Alex a profound sense of accomplishment. With each deployment, they were not just releasing an application, they were delivering a piece of themselves into the digital ether, a testament to the journey of learning, building, and growing. As they prepared for the closing pages of this chapter, Alex held on to the significance of all they had learned and the confidence they had gained. The infrastructure was in place, the workflows established, the application live. What remained now was a path forward laden with growth and the understanding that in technology, the journey never truly ends. There's always a new feature to develop, a security patch to apply, or an optimization to consider. Celebrating the milestones of their journey, Alex took a moment of proud reflection before considering the next critical phase: building a portfolio, networking, preparing for job interviews, and showcasing non-technical skills. Knowing that these elements would be instrumental in landing a role as a full-stack developer, Alex began by methodically curating a portfolio of projects. Each project highlighted different skills, showcasing the versatility in Alex's toolkit. A simple, elegant website stood testament to their design sensibilities. A CRUD application demonstrated their proficiency with databases. An API interaction showcased their understanding of back-end logic, and a slick UI reflected the finesse in their front-end capabilities. The portfolio was not merely a showcase of technical prowess, but also a narrative of their journey and the complex problems they'd learned to solve. Networking was the next frontier. Alex dived into the tech community, joining online forums, attending virtual meetups, and partaking in open-source projects. They became a fixture in local developer groups, sharing insights and asking questions. By establishing a reputation as both a learner and contributor, Alex naturally expanded their network. Such involvement brought about unforeseen opportunities, mentorships, and the priceless commodity of peer feedback. As interview calls started trickling in, Alex prepared diligently. They researched common interview questions and practiced coding challenges. Equally, they reflected on their experiences during the bootstrapping phase, gathering compelling stories that highlighted their problem-solving abilities and resilience. Throughout the process, they were mindful to weave in their non-technical skills. Communication, teamwork, adaptability, and a strong work ethos were traits Alex knew would distinguish them in a crowded field of candidates. But Alex didn't rest on their laurels. They recognized that the tech industry moves at a breakneck pace, and an ongoing commitment to learning was non-negotiable. They dedicated moments each day to education, whether through online courses, reading articles, or experimenting with new technology. They also remained active within the community, knowing that the exchange of ideas and support among peers was invaluable. Through these endeavors, Alex continued to shape not just their skill set, but their professional identity. With a well-rounded portfolio, a supportive network, and a readiness to face the challenges of interviews, Alex stood on the threshold of turning their bootstrap skills into a fulfilling career. Their ongoing commitment to learning and community involvement was the solid foundation upon which they built not just applications, but the future they envisioned. As Alex delved into the task of building a portfolio, they emphasized small, complete projects over a single large, unfinished one. Staggering complexity with well-documented simpler projects showcased their depth of understanding, while progressively more complicated applications demonstrated their growth. Every project featured responsive design, highlighting an understanding of both front-end nuances and back-end stability. They made the code bases publicly available on GitHub, meticulously commented to guide a potential employer through their development process. At the same time, Alex tapped into the tech community, attending meetups, joining online forums, and actively contributing to open-source projects. With each interaction, they polished their collaborative skills, learned from peers, and gained insights into industry needs. They realized networking wasn't just a means to an end, but a way to establish genuine relationships that could foster mutual growth. Preparing for job interviews, Alex researched common full-stack developer interview questions, but went a step further by forming a local study group. Together, they practiced technical and behavioral questions, providing and receiving feedback in a supportive environment. This also sharpened their ability to articulate thought processes and solutions, an often undervalued skill. In showcasing non-technical skills, Alex weaved narratives around their problem-solving aptitude, adaptability, and teamwork during projects. They articulated these experiences in a concise, relatable manner in their resume and LinkedIn profile, connecting their technical prowess with interpersonal effectiveness. Knowing the industry appreciated well-rounded individuals, Alex also highlighted their volunteer work with coding nonprofits and involvement in local tech initiatives. It was a testament to their commitment beyond the screen. Alex's journey was a testament to the belief that a combination of technical skills, a supportive network, and a readiness to face the challenges of interviews was an achievable path. They were becoming the full-stack developer they aspired to be, but it was clear the journey didn't end with landing a job. It was a continuous cycle of growth and contribution. Alex often reflected on the projects that now made up their portfolio. Each one was more than a testament to their technical ability. They were narratives of determination, learning, and adaptability. As Alex added a new project, a web app integrating multiple APIs, they pondered not only on the code they'd written, but also the lessons each line represented. Networking had become a staple in Alex's journey. They frequently attended tech meetups, joined online forums, and participated in open-source projects. However, Alex knew that networking was more than just shaking hands and exchanging business cards. It was about forming genuine connections, sharing knowledge, and helping fellow developers. By doing so, they had inadvertently surrounded themselves with a safety net of mentors and peers, who now offered advice, shared job leads, and provided references. Preparing for job interviews, Alex collected common interview questions and regularly practiced their responses. They also held mock interviews with friends and participated in coding challenges to stay sharp. Beyond technical proficiency, Alex understood the importance of illustrating how their problem-solving skills, communication, and teamwork were equally valuable. They prepared stories that demonstrated these abilities, ensuring that they were not only seen as a coder, but as a collaborative and versatile professional. Community involvement became a cornerstone of Alex's professionalism. Contributing to open-source projects, writing technical blogs, and speaking at local coding boot camps, these activities honed their skills and solidified their reputation as a committed and knowledgeable developer. It was their way of giving back, and in doing so, they stayed abreast of the latest trends and technologies which were important for their continuing professional development. Alex's commitment to learning never waned. They knew the tech industry was an ever-evolving beast, and to stay relevant, they had to evolve with it. They set up a learning schedule, dedicating time each week to explore new frameworks, tools, or practices. Alex understood that as a full-stack developer, breadth and depth of knowledge were not mutually exclusive, and the learning process was just as important as the end result, a truth they had come to appreciate deeply on their bootstrapping journey. Weeks passed, and Alex found themselves in a rhythm of self-development that was both challenging and exhilarating. They spent evenings after their day job tinkering with personal projects that showcased their growing expertise. Each line of code added to their portfolio was like a brick in a foundation for their future career. Alex began to realize the significant competitive advantage of cultivating a dynamic portfolio. They committed to working on a variety of projects, from redesigning a local nonprofit's website to co-developing an app with a newfound friend from a coding meetup. Every project was a learning opportunity and a chance to demonstrate to potential employers their versatility and commitment to real-world problem-solving. Networking had always been a daunting prospect for Alex, but the tech events and meetups slowly chipped away at their initial anxiety. Alex practiced their elevator pitch, refined their personal brand, and engaged in discussions on social media platforms like LinkedIn and Twitter. In these exchanges, they not only shared their work, but also earnestly supported the work of others, often reaping the benefits of mutual growth and visibility. Preparing for job interviews was another frontier Alex navigated with diligence. They crafted responses to common interview questions, conducted mock interviews with peers, and absorbed feedback like a sponge. Alex knew that in an industry where problem-solving is paramount, their approach to breaking down and addressing challenges would be under intense scrutiny. They learned to articulate their thought process clearly and succinctly, transforming potential interview weaknesses into demonstrations of their unique problem-solving style. Amidst the technical showcase, Alex was mindful of the soft skills that were equally critical in a full-stack developer's career. They honed their communication, teamwork, and time management skills. A project doesn't succeed on code alone, Alex reasoned, but on a developer's ability to collaborate, adapt, and drive a project to completion. Finally, Alex knew this was just the beginning. They started setting long-term goals, aligning their aspirations with the trends they observed in the industry. They followed influencers and thought leaders, attended webinars about emerging technologies, and considered how to navigate their career amid the constantly shifting landscape of software development. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, these were no longer just buzzwords, but areas where Alex planned to deepen their expertise. The future was a canvas, and Alex was meticulous in plotting their trajectory. The journey, however, was far from over. What lay ahead was a continuous cycle of learning, building, networking, and contributing, an infinite loop of self-improvement that marked the life of a committed, full-stack developer. Reflecting on the progress made thus far lent Alex an air of confidence as they began the often daunting phase of formally entering the job market. They meticulously updated their resume, ensuring a balance between technical proficiency and the showcase of their human-centric skills, like adaptability and creative problem-solving. The portfolio website that had once been a mere collection of ideas and unfinished projects was now a polished gateway, speaking volumes of Alex's dedication and hands-on experience. Alex applied to positions with a sense of purpose. Each cover letter was tailored, demonstrating not only an understanding of the role, but also how their journey aligned with the company's vision. It was a dance of articulation and precision. Alex negotiated the thin line between being assertive and being overly confident. After sending out multiple applications, Alex began to receive interview invitations. Preparing for these exchanges was more than rehearsing technical knowledge. It involved a grasp of current industry problems, company ethos, and emerging technologies. Alex anticipated behavioral questions and crafted stories that highlighted their growth, challenges they'd surmounted, and the value they could bring to a team. Networking continued to be pivotal. Attending industry meetups transitioned from a learning endeavor to a strategic play. Alex listened carefully, spoke when they had value to add, and handed out business cards in the casual breaks between speakers. They aimed not only to be remembered, but to leave an impression of authentic engagement with the industry they were so eager to formally join. Online, Alex remained an active participant in coding forums, shared insights on social platforms, and never hesitated to help resolve a niche bug or offer feedback on someone else's project. This digital footprint solidified Alex's reputation as someone deeply embedded in the developer community. The interviews came in waves. Some were technical assessments that challenged Alex's programming knowledge and problem-solving capabilities. Others were team fit interviews, where the conversations revolved around collaboration, culture, and past team experiences. Startups and established corporations alike probed to see if Alex's flexible, self-starter attitude would mesh with their workings. Through it all, Alex's commitment to learning never wavered. They followed industry news, participated in online courses to shore up any knowledge gaps, and continued to explore new frameworks and tools. When questioned about their self-taught background, Alex framed it as an advantage, showing a proven track record of initiative and the ability to learn independently. As they navigated the world of job offers and negotiations, this resilience and openness to growth served as a beacon, lighting their way toward the role that fit just right. When the skies seemed cloudy, Alex reflected on the milestones they had achieved, reminding themselves that every rejection was simply a redirection, an opportunity to align more closely with a position that suited their evolving skill set. They updated their portfolio after each interview, integrating feedback, enhancing projects, and ensuring the narrative of their career was not only up to date, but also compelling and dynamic. Through such relentless perseverance, the cycle continued. Alex's journey as a full-stack developer was marked by a collection of these lived experiences, each teaching patience, resilience, and the understanding that the process itself was just as important as the destination. Alex meticulously carved out time each week to build a comprehensive portfolio. This involved creating a website that served as a central hub for their projects, blogs, and professional journey. Instead of letting it stagnate, they regularly updated the site with new projects, highlighting the problems they solved, the technologies used, and the results achieved. It was a testament to their evolving skill set and creativity in overcoming real-world coding challenges. In parallel, Alex leveraged social media to grow their network. They joined developer groups, actively engaged in conversations, shared their insights, and even mentored those just starting out. By participating in code reviews and hackathons, they not only showcased their technical abilities, but also their soft skills: teamwork, communication, and leadership. As interview invitations began to trickle in, Alex approached each one as a learning experience. They practiced common interview questions, but also reflected deeply on their past projects, ready to discuss them in detail. Alex's ability to articulate their thought process and decision-making set them apart. They were not just coders, they were problem solvers with a unique voice. Amidst the technical barrage, Alex understood the gravity of culture fits within a team. They researched company values, mission statements, and employee testimonials, adapting their approach for each interview to resonate with the organization's ethos. This demonstrated to potential employers that Alex was not just looking for any job, but the right fit. Through every action, from tweaking lines on a resume to choosing which meetups to attend, Alex maintained an unwavering commitment to learning. They subscribed to podcasts, enrolled in advanced courses, and read voraciously, ensuring that their knowledge base remained extensive and current. They approached every interaction as an opportunity to both teach and learn, a synergy that fueled their rapid growth. As they pushed the bounds of what they knew, they also inspired others, becoming a valued member of the developer community. Now, as the climactic moment neared, Alex's efforts were about to come to fruition. The skills, the projects, the network. Everything was lining up for that final leap towards the career they dreamt of. Buoyed by the assurance of their acquired skills and the warmth of the developer community, Alex continued to amplify their presence both online and offline. They recognized that their digital portfolio was not just a showcase of their technical prowess, but also a narrative of their journey and evolution as a developer. It became a testament to their passion, attention to detail, and commitment to quality work. Alex meticulously documented each project, not just with clean code repositories, but also with comprehensive README files, outlining the problems addressed, solutions provided, and lessons learned. They spotlighted particularly challenging issues they had overcome, demonstrating tenacity and ingenuity. Networking had transformed from a daunting task into an enriching experience for Alex. They attended tech meetups and conferences, keenly participating in discussions and panels. Making connections was no longer purely transactional. It was about building authentic relationships with peers, mentors, and even potential employers. Through these interactions, Alex gleaned industry insights and gained referrals for job openings that were often not publicly advertised. The importance of these connections couldn't be overstated, as they often opened doors to opportunities that otherwise might have remained inaccessible. Preparation for job interviews morphed into a rigorous pursuit. Alex studied not only technical questions, but also the art of articulating their thought process. They practiced behavioral interview questions, reflecting on experiences that highlighted their ability to work in a team, manage conflicts, and navigate complex projects. Role-playing interviews with friends and mentors sharpened their communication skills and boosted their confidence. Amidst this, Alex never lost sight of the human aspect. Software development, as technical as it may be, was ultimately about solving human problems and facilitating connections. Alex volunteered their skills for nonprofit organizations, contributed to open-source projects aimed at social good, and developed a reputation for being not only a reliable developer, but also a compassionate and empathetic team member. Every action taken, every line of code written, each connection made was a step towards the realization of their dream. With their comprehensive portfolio, enhanced people skills, and strong network, Alex stood at the threshold of their new career. The metamorphosis from enthusiastic learner to full-stack developer was nearly complete. They were ready to take on the professional world, their efforts paving the way for the pivotal job offers that lay just around the corner. Tirelessly refining their craft, Alex embodied the very essence of a bootstrap full-stack developer, self-taught, self-motivated, and ever-evolving. As they continued to meet with fellow developers and tech enthusiasts, their name became a murmur within the local tech community, one that spoke of a fresh talent with an impressive combination of technical prowess and human empathy. In the quiet hum of their workspace, Alex strategically expanded their portfolio, detailing each project with care, each line telling a story of problems tackled and skills honed. Beside coding feats, the personal blog on their website was abuzz with insights on the latest technologies, reflections on developer culture, and candid tales of the learning journey. Every post was a brushstroke on the canvas of their burgeoning career. Networking had started to bear fruit. Alex received invitations to speak at local events and mentor at code camps, imparting their acquired wisdom while cementing relationships that could open doors to future opportunities. The dance of networking was subtle yet profound, and Alex navigated it with a sincere curiosity that drew people in. Even as they prepared for job interviews, Alex held mock sessions with mentors, each question a drill, sharpening their articulation of experiences, ambitions, and interpretations of technology's role in society. These sessions were challenging, often dissecting complex concepts into digestible narratives or simulating high-pressure problem-solving scenarios. The growth from each simulated interview was palpable, and confidence began to emanate from them with quiet strength. While technical skills were the cornerstone of their portfolio, Alex's non-technical skills, their teamwork, adaptability, communication, shone just as brightly. They tirelessly worked with not-for-profit organizations, coding for a cause, and thereby weaving compassion into their professional tapestry. In the overlap of these skills, the portfolio breathed life, encapsulating the totality of Alex's professional ethos. With each passing day, their reputation solidified, whispers of anticipation hinted at job offers on the horizon. But Alex's quest for knowledge was insatiable. This journey was not solely about securing a job. It was about carving out a niche in a vibrant community, about innovating, about reaching back to pull others up as they climbed. As the chapter of their bootstrap journey neared its close, Alex understood that the mantle of a full-stack developer was more than a title. It was a pledge to never stop learning, to contribute, to make a difference. And as they stood on the brink of this new chapter, they knew the road ahead would be one of continuous evolution, innovation, and collaboration. Alex perused the emails, each subject line shimmering with potential. Exciting opportunity for full-stack developer, or join our innovative tech team. But Alex knew that the allure of an opportunity was not merely in its title, but in the details that resonated with their journey. They printed out the offers, spreading them across the dining room table, and with a steely resolve, began to sift through the pros and cons of each position, a cup of coffee in hand and a highlighter poised for action. Each offer was meticulously dissected for alignment with Alex's professional goals and personal values. Some offers boasted cutting-edge technology stacks and high-profile projects. However, Alex veered towards those that promised mentorship programs and room for growth, recognizing the importance of a supportive environment over glamorous work. They circled roles in companies that dedicated time for innovation, the cherished hackathons and time-offs for personal projects that would ensure growth remained a constant in their career. While their technical arsenal was robust, Alex also sought a company that valued soft skills and community involvement. A few offers from smaller startups shined through, with promises of cross-functional roles and impacts on company culture. These appealed to the humanitarian in Alex, marrying their love for technology and community. But a startup's volatility gave pause. Was that the best arena for their burgeoning career, or should they aim for the stability and structured learning environment of a more established tech giant? In the heart of this contemplation, an email from a nonprofit organization blinked into their inbox. Tech for Good, it said, a position that combined their passion for coding with social initiatives. It offered a lesser salary, but a chance to make tangible differences in people's lives. Alex felt a tug at their heartstrings. This was the sort of place where they could inject their full-stack skills with a dose of compassion, echoing the volunteering that paved their path here. By the end of the night, the offers were weighed, and decisions were penned with careful consideration. The choice would herald the culmination of years of self-taught discipline and community-driven growth. As Alex finally laid their pen to rest, they knew that their next steps would bridge the amalgam of technology, creativity, and community that they had come to embody. With a deep breath, Alex's hand hovered over the stack of envelopes containing the job offers. Their heart raced with the fascinating potential of each path. They remembered the lessons ingrained into their journey, the ones about agility and the necessity to persistently adapt in the technicolor world of software development. The nonprofit offer seemed to whisper of change and community impact. Yet another promised a robust learning environment on the cutting edge of technology. Compelled by an intrinsic drive to place values and personal growth at the forefront, Alex finally made their decision. The nonprofit's mission to leverage technology for social good resonated with their deepest aspirations. Initiating change was not merely an abstract ideal. It was a concrete journey that Alex was determined to embark upon. They picked up the phone, steadying their voice as they informed the nonprofit of their readiness to join their mission. The conversation was heartfelt, setting a tone of shared values and collaborative anticipation. Having crossed this significant milestone, Alex recognized that the job title of full-stack developer was not a final destination, but a launching pad. They appreciated that the perpetual evolution of technology demanded a mindset fixated on continuous education and adaptability. Long-term goals began to crystallize, focusing not just on acquiring new technologies, but also on developing leadership skills and a nuanced understanding of how technology intersects with humanity. In search of wisdom and guidance, Alex sought out mentors who embodied the pinnacle of both technical acumen and ethical consideration. Experienced voices lent perspectives that textbooks and tutorials could not impart. Mentorship became a two-way street as Alex offered their own insights and progress back into these professional relationships, an exchange that enriched both the mentor and the mentee. Moreover, Alex discovered the potency of teaching as a form of learning. Volunteering at local coding workshops, they found joy in simplifying complex concepts for beginners. Each question posed by a curious learner prompted Alex to reevaluate their understanding and to reforge it with greater clarity. It became evident that to teach was to learn twice, and in helping others take their first steps in coding, Alex solidified their own knowledge. As the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, the full-stack developer landscape continued to shift and grow. But Alex, with their foundational philosophy of perpetual growth and community contribution, adapted in stride, intuitively understanding that in the world of technology, the only constant was change. Entering the humble office of the nonprofit, filled with passionate individuals and a palpable sense of purpose, Alex felt a surge of excitement. It was their first day, and the air buzzed with the promise of impactful work. After a warm welcome, Alex was introduced to their workstation, a testament to the organization's mission. It was modest but functional, equipped with the necessary tools to devise solutions for the community the nonprofit served. Their initial project involved building a web platform to connect volunteers with local initiatives. Alex nodded respectfully to their challenge. It was a project that not only required technical skill, but a deep understanding of the user's journey. As they navigated the learning curve, Alex was grateful for the habits they had cultivated. The early mornings of studying, the collaborative coding sessions, the late nights troubleshooting. All these served them well in the real-world challenges of their role. Alex also realized the importance of setting long-term goals, even as they managed day-to-day tasks. They outlined a vision for their growth as a developer, aiming to master new programming languages, contribute to open-source projects, and perhaps, one day, lead a development team in creating innovative solutions for social issues. Finding a mentor within the organization became a milestone for Alex. They sought guidance from a seasoned software engineer who had navigated the ebbs and flows of technology trends and had much wisdom to impart. Regular meetings with their mentor provided Alex not only with advice on technical matters, but also insights into career progression and work-life harmony. Alongside their mentor, Alex discovered the significance of teaching others. They began to host lunch and learn sessions for their colleagues, sharing knowledge on the latest development practices and creating a space for collaborative learning. Teaching became not just a method of consolidating their own understanding, but a way to give back to the community that had supported them. Alex continued to embrace the ever-evolving landscape of full-stack development, integrating new tools and methods into their workflow. The job at the nonprofit not only fulfilled them, but also continually pushed their boundaries, encouraging growth and innovation. Grounded in the principles of perpetual learning, mentorship, and teaching, Alex thrived, becoming a beacon for others looking to change the world through technology. In the fabric of continuous learning, Alex's story wove a pattern of resilience, ambition, and heartfelt service. A full-stack developer not just in title, but in spirit. As Alex settled into their new role at the nonprofit, they uncovered the layers of complexity that come with leveraging technology for social good. It wasn't just about writing code anymore. It was about creating sustainable solutions that could adapt to the needs of those they served. Their next project involved integrating an expansive database with the organization's mobile app to enhance real-time communication between on-ground workers and the central headquarters. This feature would be crucial in providing timely responses during disaster relief efforts. Part of what made Alex an effective developer was their keen ability to break down such a complex project into manageable tasks. Each day, they carved out time for focused work on new technologies, starting with a deep dive into cloud computing services and how they could be exploited for greater scalability and reliability. This strategy not only furthered the project, but also enriched Alex's personal knowledge base. The more skilled Alex became, the more they were approached by their peers for guidance. Recognizing the value of teaching as a learning tool, Alex began organizing weekly coding workshops, fostering a shared learning environment. Not only did this reinforce their own understanding of full-stack technologies, but it also established a culture of knowledge exchange within the team. In these workshops, Alex would share the intricacies of the stack, from back-end logic to front-end design principles. They would pair up with other developers, sometimes tackling a bug together or brainstorming ways to improve application performance. Through these collaborative sessions, Alex not only sharpened their own expertise, but also empowered their colleagues to take on more complex tasks and projects. In the midst of this, Alex never lost sight of their long-term professional goals. They envisioned one day leading their own technology initiative, harnessing the full power of digital tools to drive social change. To inch closer to this aspiration, Alex sought out mentors who could offer guidance and share their experiences in the intersection of technology and social entrepreneurship. These mentors not only provided valuable insights, but also encouraged Alex to network with like-minded professionals, expanding their horizons beyond the nonprofit's mission. Through the networking events that the mentors suggested, Alex came to realize that one's peer group is a powerful catalyst for growth and innovation. By exchanging ideas with diverse individuals, they unlocked perspectives that invigorated their projects. The dynamism in technology doesn't forgive complacency, and these interactions ensured Alex stayed at the frontier, informed and inspired. Encounters with seasoned professionals at conferences gave Alex the impetus to pursue a personal project they had been conceptualizing, an open-source platform for disaster management that applied cutting-edge full-stack technologies. Such a platform could amalgamate data assessment, logistics coordination, and real-time communication to create a holistic solution for disaster-stricken areas. As ambitious as it was, Alex's mentors were supportive, emphasizing that engaging in such a high-caliber side project could be a transformative learning experience and a significant portfolio piece. At the same time, Alex continued to nurture the learning community by organizing weekly code kata sessions where developers would come together to solve programming challenges. It was not just practice, it was a demonstration of collective intellect, where junior coders and senior developers would dismantle problems, developing not only their coding prowess, but their problem-solving methodologies. This temple of learning was Alex's way of giving back and reinforcing their knowledge by teaching others. This echo of experience reverberated through Alex's growth as a full-stack developer. As the months rolled by, the ecosystem Alex had cultivated was thriving. The nonprofit's technology initiatives were more robust, and its impact on disaster relief was amplified through intelligent applications that leveraged the cloud and agile development practices. Their mentors began pointing Alex towards speaking opportunities at development summits, both to share their experiences and to inspire others. This move was well received, further establishing Alex as not only a capable developer, but a thought leader in the tech community. The chapter, just like their journey, would not conclude with a definitive end, but would serve as a harbinger to further growth and learning. The landscape of technology is unyielding in its evolution, and as a full-stack developer, one cannot rest on laurels or linger too long at any one pinnacle. Alex knew this, and they positioned themselves as a perpetual student, always keen to explore the next wave of innovations and to forge new connections in the tapestry of their career. The day of the development summit arrived, and Alex felt the familiar buzz of excitement mingled with nerves. This was an opportunity not only to share their knowledge, but to learn from a collective of brilliant minds. They prepared their slides meticulously, ensuring they were not only informative, but also invited engagement and inspiration. The talk was about the journey to full-stack mastery, a bootstrap approach, a topic Alex had become increasingly passionate about. As they took to the stage, Alex felt a surge of confidence. The audience, a blend of experienced developers, newcomers, and enthusiasts, was immediately attentive. Alex began by retracing their steps from the early days of self-taught programming to the complex projects they were now undertaking. The room filled with nods and murmurs of recognition as fellow developers saw their own struggles and triumphs reflected in Alex's journey. As Alex delved into the importance of continuous learning, you could see the fervent scribbling of notes and the glow of laptop screens as attendees took to heart the message being imparted. The talk concluded with thunderous applause, and a queue of inquisitive minds formed, eager to discuss ideas and seek guidance. Alex had not only delivered a talk, but had ignited a conversation that would continue beyond the walls of the summit. Empowered by the summit's success, Alex returned home, overflowing with new ideas and connections. It was time to put this wealth of knowledge to the test with the disaster management platform they had dreamed of building. Sketching out the architecture on a whiteboard, Alex considered the numerous challenges ahead. They would need to integrate data from various sources, ensure the platform's robustness in the face of high traffic during disasters, and create a user interface that was intuitive and accessible. Each step of the platform's development served as a practical classroom. Mistakes became lessons, and frustrations turned into puzzles waiting to be solved. Alex remained dedicated, seeking feedback from their mentors and peers, and iterating on the platform based on real-world feedback. In doing so, the open-source disaster management platform did not just evolve. It blossomed into a tool that could one day save lives. Alex's contribution was turning into a legacy. As the chapter continued to hone the platform, they found themselves at the intersection of innovation and community service, a nexus where their work not only demonstrated their skills, but also their values. Alex's days grew more structured around their project. Each morning, Alex would review the latest contributions from the open-source community, integrating valuable updates and assessing issues raised by users. After addressing the immediate concerns, Alex would spend the remainder of their day focusing on a key feature or improvement, aligning with the roadmap they had established with their mentor. This practical application not only consolidated Alex's knowledge, but helped foster a collaborative environment where sharing knowledge was mutual. The challenges encountered were complex and varied, from optimizing database queries to maintaining a responsive interface during peak loads or ensuring the platform's accessibility for all users. Alex tackled these with a proactive mindset, viewing each problem as a learning opportunity rather than an obstacle. Through this process, Alex deepened their understanding of the nuanced dynamics between front-end and back-end development. Reflecting on their journey so far, Alex recognized the paramount importance of continual learning. Technology never stands still, and nor could they. They subscribed to advanced development courses, attended further workshops, and even started a blog to document their ongoing experiences. By teaching others, Alex was able to consolidate their own understanding, recognizing the truth in the adage, "To teach is to learn twice." One day, while addressing a group of aspiring developers online, Alex felt a profound sense of achievement. Looking back at the initial doubts and uncertainties, they now saw a path laid out by persistence and passion. Their story was not just about becoming a full-stack developer, but about constantly pushing the boundaries of what they could do and what they could give back to the community. As this chapter of Alex's journey draws to a close, one thing remains clear. The learning never stops, but neither does the excitement, the opportunities, or the ability to make a tangible difference in the world through technology. With the open-source disaster management platform going from strength to strength and a growing network of mentors, colleagues, and students, Alex's story is a testament to the transformative power of lifelong learning and the spirit of collaboration in the world of full-stack development.